Listen carefully. The noise around you is silenced. Time itself seems to stand still, because heaven has paused to reach you. This moment is sacred. You didn't stumble here by chance. You are hearing this because eternity placed your name in the atmosphere and called you into alignment. You know deep down you have never been ordinary. From childhood, there was a difference about you. Others laughed without restraint, but you felt conviction. Others flowed with the crowd, but you carried a quiet fire that made the darkness nervous. That was never coincidence. It was evidence of being chosen. I want you to picture this. A person walking through a desert. The sun beats down. The thirst is overwhelming, and each step feels heavier than the last. They think they are lost. Yet suddenly, they notice a well hidden behind a rock. The water was always there, but the desert was meant to train their endurance. That's you. What you thought was only suffering was in fact the hidden well of destiny waiting for your arrival. Your losses were not accidents. What was taken from you, the opportunities, the relationships, the seasons you mourned, were not the end. They were keys, disguised in the form of pain, meant to unlock your eternal purpose. You thought those keys were gone forever, but heaven was repositioning them. Let me share with you the story of another chosen one. He waited years in obscurity, misunderstood by his family, betrayed by those he trusted. Each closed door looked final, but years later he realized it was divine positioning. The pit prepared him for the palace. That is how God works. What looks like the end is always the beginning in disguise. Your story carries the same pattern, and here is the truth you must hold on to. The silence was never punishment. It was preparation. You were being forged in the unseen, refined where no one could applaud or validate you. The conductor of heaven has simply held the orchestra in suspense, waiting for the perfect moment to release the music of your destiny. Chosen one, hear the word of the Lord. The word of God declares in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 29, verse 11, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." These words from Jeremiah are not written for someone else. They are branded across your life. Do you see what that means? Your losses cannot cancel your destiny. Your pain cannot erase your purpose. Heaven's plan for you is untouched. The delays and detours were only part of the map to bring you here, to this very moment of awakening. Imagine again, a seed buried deep underground, to the world above. It looks like death, no sign of life, no evidence of growth. But beneath the soil, transformation explodes in silence. Roots die deep, strength builds unseen. That seed is you. The burial you felt was not your ending, but your preparation to rise and break through. Or think of a masterpiece painting, placed face down for years. In the corner of a room, dust gathers. People overlook it, but the moment comes when it is lifted, turned, and revealed in its brilliance. That is what heaven is doing with you, turning what was hidden into a display of divine glory. Now, I ask you, will you accept this truth? Will you choose to believe that heaven paused for you today, because you are carrying something bigger than yourself? If these words stir something in your heart, I invite you to take one simple step. Share this message, so others walking through silence can know they are not abandoned. Press follow so you remain connected to more words of life. And as a prophetic declaration, write the number 77 inches, the comments, a sign of divine completion and alignment. It is not just interaction. It is your act of faith saying, my pause is divine. My loss is a key. My future is secure. Chosen one. Silence is not emptiness. Loss is not defeat. Heaven has pressed pause because you are about to be launched. Lift your head. The same hand that wrote your beginning is still writing your next chapter. Nothing has been wasted. Everything has been preparing you. You may have thought your story was finished when people walked away. But understand this, rejection was redirection. Every no spoken over you was heaven saying, not this door, but the right one is coming. That is why you are still standing. The breath in your lungs is proof that your assignment is not over. Think back to the nights you whispered, God, where are you? Silence answered you. But silence is not absence. Silence is God at work behind the curtain, moving pieces you could not see. Just like a playwright arranging the stage before the spotlight rises, he was positioning every detail for the scene about to unfold in your life. Let me tell you, chosen one, your life is about to shift from hidden to revealed. The same places where you cried in secret will become the places where you shine in strength. The same people who doubted you will witness what heaven already knew. You carry eternal purpose. Hold this image close. Imagine a diamond, buried deep in the earth. For centuries, pressure and darkness shaped it. No one noticed. No one valued it. Until the day came when it was lifted into the light. That diamond is you. Pressure did not destroy you. It created brilliance inside of you. So, here is your invitation. Do not despise what you lost. Celebrate that it has cleared the way for what is eternal. Do not fear the silence. Embrace it as the womb of greatness. You are stepping into the chapter where everything hidden will now speak, where every loss will now be redeemed. If these words confirm what your spirit already felt, mark this moment. Write 77 below as your faith seed. Share this so others may discover their own divine pause. And remember, you are not forgotten. You are not abandoned. You are chosen. Your story is not over. It is only beginning. Chosen one. You were never ordinary. Long before your eyes opened to the world, heaven placed a seal upon you that no one could erase. You might not have understood it at the time, but even your earliest steps carried evidence of a higher hand guiding you. That is why the paths others walked without resistance often felt heavy for you. That is why doors that swung wide for them seemed to close in your face. It was not punishment, it was protection. You were preserved for something greater. When you look back on your life, the signs were always there. There was a restlessness in you when others were content. There was a hunger for truth when others were satisfied with lies. You questioned, searched, wrestled, while others drifted with ease. Every ounce of that tension was heaven whispering, you are not made for ordinary ground. You are set apart. Think of the prophet Samuel as a boy. He slept in the temple, near the ark of God, when suddenly he heard his name called in the stillness of night. At first he thought it was Eli, but the call came again and again, until he finally realized it was the Lord. Samuel was not chosen because he was the strongest, or the loudest, or the most visible. He was chosen because his ears were tuned to hear what others ignored. In the same way, You have been marked by the ability to sense what others overlook. Let me give you a picture. Imagine a lighthouse standing on a rocky coast. Ships at sea might not even notice it when the sun shines bright. But when the storm rages and darkness covers the horizon, that same lighthouse becomes the only source of direction. That is what you are. In times of comfort, your difference may seem unnecessary, but in times of crisis, your light is the very thing that will save lives. And yet, being set apart is not without cost. The weight of being chosen often comes with loneliness. You have felt it, haven't you? The sting of being misunderstood, the ache of being excluded. People may have mocked you for not blending in, or even accused you of being too serious, too spiritual, too strange. What they did not see was the hand of God resting on you, calling you into a higher dimension. Chosen one, do not despise your uniqueness. Do not curse the seal upon your life. The very thing that makes you different is what makes you indispensable. A soldier cannot complain about wearing armor when the battle begins. Neither can you reject the mark of being chosen. It is your divine uniform, proof that you belong to heaven's army. The apostle reminds us in his letter to the Corinthians, chapter 6, verse 20, "For you were bought at a price. Therefore honor God with your body." You were purchased, marked, and sealed with a purpose no one else can carry. Think about it. If God wanted you to blend in, He would have made you ordinary. If your story was meant to be common, you would not have endured the uncommon trials you faced. The evidence of your calling is not in the applause of men, but in the pressure of your journey. Every rejection, every detour, every delay is proof that you are carrying something weighty. Consider the eagle. While other birds flock together, the eagle soars alone. While sparrows scavenge in fields, the eagle ascends into heights unreachable to the common eye. Its solitude is not weakness, it is its strength. In the same way, your isolation is not a curse. It is evidence of the altitude you are called to reach. There is a story of a young man who always wondered why he felt so out of place in his own family. He carried dreams they did not understand, and a sensitivity they did not share. One day, after years of feeling misplaced, he realized that his very difference was a signpost. It was heaven's way of keeping him from getting lost in the crowd. His calling demanded distinction. That is your story too. You were marked for something higher, and heaven would not allow you to dissolve into the ordinary. But here is where the tension lies. Being chosen means being refined. A sword cannot serve its purpose until it is sharpened by fire. A vessel cannot carry living water until it has been purified. That is why your process has been so intense. You were not built to carry light weight. You were designed to carry eternal assignments. And so, heaven allowed the fire to touch you, not to burn you, but to shape you. Chosen one, you are not fragile. You are not forgotten. You are not misplaced. You are a vessel under construction, a lighthouse in waiting, an eagle in training. Your difference is your divine identity. And though the road has been lonely, you are not alone. Invisible hands have guided you. Angelic hosts have stood watch over you. Every step, even when you stumbled, was calculated by a Father who refuses to abandon His chosen. Remember this, your life is not a mistake. Your difference is not an accident. And your seal is not negotiable. You were chosen before the foundation of the world. You are chosen now, and you will remain chosen until the purpose for which you were sent is fulfilled. Chosen one. The weight of rejection has followed you like a shadow. You know what it feels like to be cast aside, to have your loyalty misunderstood, to carry burdens silently while others judged from afar. Each sting of betrayal left a scar. Each dismissal from people you trusted made you wonder if you were ever seen at all. But here is the truth you must hold on to. Rejection was never evidence of your lack of worth. It was proof of your calling. When others pushed you away, heaven was pulling you closer. When doors closed, it was not because you were unworthy. It was because those spaces could not contain the magnitude of your destiny. You do not belong in every room. You do not fit into every circle. And you were never meant to. You were called out, marked, and sanctified for a place beyond the reach of those who turned their backs on you. Look at Joseph. His own brothers despised him. They plotted against him, tore the robe from his back, and threw him into a pit. Their rejection was cruel, yet it was also the very path that led him to Egypt, to Pharaoh's palace, and eventually to the saving of many lives. If Joseph had been embraced, he would have remained small, hidden in his father's tent. But rejection became the divine transport to his throne. So it is with you. Picture this. A seed carried by the wind. It detaches from the tree that once sheltered it to the tree. The seed looks discarded, but in reality, it has been positioned into new soil, alone. Yes, unfamiliar. Yes, but there, in that soil, it can take root, grow tall, and bear fruit of its own. That seed is you. Rejection uprooted you from familiar ground so that heaven could plant you where your destiny could flourish. And though rejection hurt, it never defined you. You are not what people said about you in anger. You are not the labels they threw at you when they failed to understand your depth. You are not forgotten. You are chosen. You are not abandoned. You are set apart. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Isaiah, chapter 43, verse 4. Since you are precious and honored in my sight, and because I love you, I will give people in exchange for you, nations in exchange for your life. Do you hear it? Precious, honored, loved. Heaven values you beyond measure, even when people cannot see it. Chosen one. Your scars are not shameful. They are signatures of survival. Your rejection is not failure. It is direction. Every no in your life was a divine compass pointing you to the yes that truly matters. Here is what I want you to do now. Type these words below. Heaven paused here. When you write this, you are acknowledging that this exact moment is sacred. You are declaring that what you are hearing is not coincidence. But divine intervention. It is your way of saying, I recognize this pause. I receive this word. I step into destiny. Remember this, people may dismiss what they cannot control, but God will elevate what He Himself has anointed. Rejection was never the final word over your life. Destiny has the final word. Heaven has the final word. And that word is chosen. But let me take you deeper. Chosen one. When you type the words, heaven paused here, you are doing more than leaving a simple comment. You are stepping into agreement with the eternal. Those 3 words become your personal marker in time. A declaration that this exact moment is holy ground. Think of Moses standing before the burning bush. The fire burned, but did not consume. In that moment, heaven paused to reveal divine purpose. God told him, "Take off your sandals, for the place where you are standing is holy ground." When you declare, "Heaven paused here," you are taking off the sandals of doubt and fear, acknowledging that this message is not random, it is sacred. It's more than a comment. It is a prophetic act. Each time you write it, you etch a line in your spirit saying, "I will not miss what heaven is trying to show me. I recognize the pause. I will not ignore it." Why is this important? Because life is noisy. Countless voices fight for your attention. But when heaven interrupts, it requires a response. If you remain silent, the moment can pass without you seizing it. But when you respond even with a short phrase like, "Heaven paused here," you anchor the encounter. You declare, "I saw it. I felt it. I receive it." Imagine writing those words like carving your name on the wall of destiny. It will be there as a testimony that you recognized when God stopped time to speak to you. One day, when you look back, you'll remember, that was the moment heaven paused for me. That was the moment my journey shifted. It is not just about you either. When others scroll through and see those words written boldly, "Heaven paused here," they will stop and wonder. They may realize heaven is pausing for them too. Your act of faith can become the spark that awakens someone else. That is how heaven multiplies encounters through the obedience of the chosen. So I tell you again, do not underestimate it. Do not see it as a small thing. A simple phrase can carry eternal weight. When you type, "Heaven paused here," you're not only testifying, you're planting a flag in the spiritual realm. You're saying to every demon that tried to silence you, "I heard heaven today, and nothing will steal this word from me." Let it sink in. Let those 3 words become more than ink on a screen. Let them become a banner over your life. Because yes, heaven really did pause here. And when heaven pauses, destinies are rewritten, wounds are healed, and thrones are prepared. Take a breath. Look at where you are right now. The scars on your soul, the rejection you've endured, the loneliness that haunted you. All of it led to this divine pause. This isn't the end. It is the beginning, and your declaration seals it. Now, let your spirit whisper it one more time. Heaven paused here. And as you do, feel the alignment taking place inside of you. Chosen one. There came a time in your life when silence felt louder than any storm. The nights stretched long. Prayers seemed to vanish into the air, and heaven appeared distant. You wondered if your voice was heard at all. Yet what you called silence was not abandonment. It was training. It was the Father shaping your spirit in ways only silence could. Do you remember those sleepless nights? You cried into the pillow, pleading for answers that never seemed to come. You thought the silence meant you were forgotten. But in truth, the silence was God's classroom. When words disappeared, He was teaching you to listen for His presence. When no sign appeared, He was forming faith in the unseen. Think of David, tending sheep in obscurity, before he faced Goliath, before he wore a crown. He lived years in the hidden fields, alone, with no audience, no applause, only sheep and silence. Yet it was there that he learned to sing psalms to the Lord. It was there he trained his hands for battle with the sling. The stillness of the field was not wasted. It was preparation for the throne. Your story is no different. Every unanswered prayer became a weight on the bar of your spirit, building strength you did not know you were gaining. Every silent season carved endurance into your soul. You thought you were standing still, but in reality, you were being trained to walk by faith and not by sight. Picture a blacksmith at work. He places the iron in the fire, waits, then withdraws it. He hammers, reshapes, and returns it to the flames again. Each cycle of fire and silence is shaping a weapon that will one day be unbreakable. That is what God has been doing in you. The silence was the fire. The waiting was the hammer. And now, what felt like breaking has actually become forging. Scripture says in the book of James, chapter 1, verse 4, "Let perseverance finish its work, so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything." The silence you endured was not a void, it was perseverance finishing its work. Heaven was chiseling away what could not last, so that only what is eternal remained. Chosen one. The silence taught you to pray differently. At first you prayed for outcomes. Later you prayed for strength. And eventually you stopped praying for things altogether. You prayed for His presence. That is the greatest lesson silence gives, learning that God Himself is the reward, not just His gifts. Imagine a sailor in the middle of the ocean on a windless day. The sails hang limp. The boat drifts quietly. To the impatient eye, it looks like nothing is happening. But in those moments, the sailor learns patience, endurance, and trust in the unseen currents. He learns that not every journey is driven by storms or wind. Some are carried by the steady pull of unseen forces beneath. Your silent seasons were like that. You were still moving, even when you could not feel it. There is a story of a woman who prayed for years for breakthrough. She begged God to change her circumstances, but the heavens seemed brass. For a long time, she saw no answer, no sign. But in those years of silence, she became a woman of unshakable faith. Her prayer language deepened, her discernment sharpened. By the time the answer finally came, she realized the real miracle was not the breakthrough itself, but the strength that had been birthed in her. That is what silence did. It made her strong enough to carry what she had asked for. Chosen one. Do not despise the seasons when heaven seems quiet. The silence was not punishment. It was protection from moving too fast, too soon. It was heaven's way of saying, "Wait, you are not ready yet. Let me finish the work in you." And now, the silence has carved wells deep inside your spirit that can hold living water for generations to come. Think of it this way: a seed underground makes no sound. No one claps for it. No one notices it. But in that silence, roots grow strong, hidden from sight. When the day comes to break through the soil, those unseen roots will sustain the tree. That is what your silent years were: root work, deep preparation, unseen but essential. You may have cursed the silence at times, but one day you will bless it, because when storms come in the future, you will not be shaken. The same silence that once felt crushing will prove to have been your shield. You will realize that those quiet nights were the very reason you are unshakable now. Chosen one. This is why you cannot compare your journey to others. Some received quick answers, but they also collapsed quickly under pressure. You waited longer. You suffered deeper. But your foundation is stronger. Heaven invests silence where the weight of destiny is greater, and yours is great indeed. So now, when silence comes again, you will no longer see it as absence. You will recognize it as presence. You will say, God is here, even in the quiet. He is shaping me, even when I cannot hear him, and you will embrace it with trust, knowing silence has always been your training ground. And when the silence lifts, you will see it differently. You will recognize the fingerprints of God in places you once thought empty. The delay was not wasted. It became a foundation that cannot be shaken. You will carry peace into storms that terrify others. You will walk with stability when others collapse. Why? Because silence taught you to hear his whisper above the noise. Silence taught you to lean on what cannot be seen. So, remember this. Silence is not God's absence. Silence is his hand at work in the unseen. And when the moment arrives, you will rise stronger, wiser, and unshakable, because silence has already trained you for victory. Chosen one, the battle for your mind has been relentless. You have faced voices that whispered lies, thoughts that weighed you down, and shadows that tried to convince you that you were unworthy. At times, the noise inside your head was louder than the voices around you. Yet, even in that battlefield, the truth has never left. The Word of God has always been your anchor. Though storms have tried to drown it out, your mind has been a battleground because your destiny is great. The enemy does not waste his energy on the ordinary. He fights hardest against those carrying extraordinary assignments. Every thought of despair, every whisper of defeat, every seed of fear was launched at you because darkness recognized the light you carry. Let me remind you of this truth, for God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and of a sound mind. These words from the second letter to Timothy, chapter 1, verse 7, are your inheritance. Fear is not your portion. Confusion is not your destiny. You were created to walk in clarity, strength, and peace. Think of your mind as a garden. What you allow to grow will determine the harvest. Negative thoughts are like weeds. They spread fast. They suffocate life, and they steal energy. But seeds of truth, planted in faith, grow into strong trees that provide shade and fruit. This is why the battle for your mind has been so fierce. Heaven knows that if your garden flourishes, generations will eat from its fruit. Darkness knows it too. And here is the victory. You are still standing. Despite the lies, despite the confusion, despite the heavy fog that sometimes clouded your thoughts, you have not surrendered. That itself is proof of your strength. Every day, you wake up and choose to keep moving. You declare to the enemy, "You did not win. My mind is still aligned with heaven." Chosen one, you need to hear this. You are not broken beyond repair. You are not lost in chaos. You are not defined by the thoughts that tried to haunt you. You carry within you a clarity that will terrify darkness. Imagine a lantern in a cave. The darkness is overwhelming, pressing against the walls, heavy and suffocating. Yet one small flame inside that lantern pushes the darkness back. No matter how vast the cave, it cannot consume the flame. That lantern is your mind. The light within you is greater than the shadows that surround you. You may not always feel strong, but strength is not always about feelings. Sometimes strength is about standing, even when you feel weak. Sometimes strength is about whispering a prayer when words feel heavy, and sometimes strength is simply choosing not to quit. That is the kind of strength heaven has built in you. This is why I speak to you now, not only to remind you of who you are, but also to invite you into something greater. If this message resonates with your heart, if it reminds you of the light within you, take a moment to respond. Press like as if you were placing a stone on an altar. A simple act that says, I received this word. Share this word with someone else who is in the middle of their own battle. There are countless souls fighting silently, and a single share could be the lantern they need in their cave. And if you have not yet connected fully, subscribe. Not for numbers, not for applause, but because you need a steady flow of truth into your spirit. Subscribing is like keeping oil in your lamp, so your flame never dies out. Now, let me speak to your heart about something deeper. Think of your life as a river. The river flows freely, giving water to villages, refreshing dry ground, carrying life wherever it goes. But for the river to flow, it must be fed by springs. Without springs, the river dries and the land suffers. In the same way, this message, this work, is a river flowing into your soul. And rivers are sustained by the generosity of springs. Supporting this work, whether by prayer, by sharing, or even by giving, is not about obligation. It is about choosing to be a spring. When you give, you are not paying for words. You are pouring into the river that pours into you. You are ensuring that what refreshes you can continue to refresh others. I do not ask you out of demand. I do not ask you out of pressure. I ask you out of vision. Because when you choose to sow, you align yourself with the flow of heaven. Your giving becomes a seed, and seeds never remain the same. They multiply. Donating is like planting a hidden seed in soil you may never see, but heaven waters it until it becomes a tree where others will find shade. That is the mystery of giving. You lose nothing, but eternity gains everything. Picture a candle lighting another candle. The first flame loses nothing, but the room grows brighter. That is what happens when you support. Your flame lights another, and together the darkness is pushed back even further. So, if your spirit feels stirred, if you sense the weight of this word, consider becoming part of this work in a deeper way. Not because you must, not because you are forced, but because your heart longs to be a spring, a candle, a seed. And every seed planted here will echo into eternity. Chosen one. You are not just fighting for your own mind. You are carrying light that will guide others. Do not let the lies convince you otherwise. Do not let the shadows intimidate you. You were chosen to stand strong, to carry clarity, to shine with unshakable faith. Every battle you faced in your mind was not wasted. Every sleepless night was not ignored. Every tear shed in silence was collected by heaven. And now, the strength that silence built in you, the clarity that rejection birthed in you, the fire that battles awakened in you will shine like a lighthouse for generations. Stand firm, guard your mind, and never forget. You were chosen to think with clarity, to feel with love, and to live with power. Chosen one. The loss you thought broke you was never meant to destroy you. What slipped through your fingers, what seemed stolen, what felt like the end, was actually the very key designed to unlock your destiny. Loss is a strange teacher. It empties your hands, but only so they can be filled again with what truly belongs to you. You remember that season, don't you? The time when the ground shifted beneath your feet and something precious was taken away. Perhaps it was a relationship. Perhaps it was an opportunity. Perhaps it was a dream. The pain was real. The silence unbearable. You thought it was over. But heaven never saw it as an ending. Heaven saw it as a transfer, a redirection of your purpose. Think of Job. He lost wealth, children, health, and even the support of those closest to him. His world crumbled in a single season. Yet in the ashes of his loss, Job met God in a way he never had before. And in the end, he received more than he had lost. His story reveals the pattern. Loss does not mean failure. It means refinement and restoration. Chosen one, your loss was not random. It was a chisel in the hands of the potter, shaping you for an eternal purpose. Your tears watered the soil of your destiny. The ground that felt barren is now pregnant with promise. Picture this, a pearl forming inside an oyster. The process begins with irritation, a grain of sand that wounds, but over time, that wound is covered again and again until it becomes a treasure. That pearl is your life. The wound of loss is what produced the treasure of purpose. Let me remind you of the Word of God. The writings of the Apostle in Romans, chapter 8, verse 28. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose. This is not theory, it is your reality. Even your deepest losses are being woven into good. And perhaps you have asked, why did it have to happen? Sometimes God removes what we cling to because it cannot carry us into the future. Sometimes He allows loss because He refuses to let you settle for less than what He designed for you. You lost. Yes, but what you lost was never meant to define you. What you lost was the key to unlock who you truly are. Think of a bridge being built. Old planks must be torn down before stronger steel can be set in place. It feels destructive, but it is construction. Your loss was heaven's construction site, clearing the way for what will last. There is a story of a woman who lost her job unexpectedly. She was devastated, crushed by fear and shame. Yet in that loss, a hidden gift surfaced. She started creating, building, and eventually launched something new that blessed countless lives. Years later, she looked back and said, losing that job was the best thing that ever happened to me. Loss had been the doorway to her calling. Chosen one. This is also your testimony in the making. What you lost was not wasted. What you lost was not final. It was the key, hidden in disguise, unlocking your eternal assignment. Now, I invite you to make a prophetic act. Write the number 444 below. Do you know why? Because 444 is a reminder of divine alignment and the fullness of God's design. When you write it, you are declaring, even my losses are aligned. Even my pain is part of the plan. I accept the key hidden in what I lost. Do not see it as a number alone. See it as your statement of faith. Every digit becomes a hammer striking against the lies of the enemy. Every repetition of 444 becomes a song of trust, saying, I will not curse my loss. I will embrace it as the key. Your act may look small to the world, but heaven sees it as monumental. Heaven records when you declare alignment. Angels take note when you acknowledge purpose in loss, and your own soul shifts when you speak agreement with truth. Chosen one. Remember this. Loss does not mean absence. Loss does not mean emptiness. Loss means heaven is making room. Heaven never subtracts without multiplying. The very key you thought you lost was only hidden, waiting for you to recognize its purpose. So lift your head, wipe your tears, look again at what was taken. It has not left you weaker, it has positioned you to carry greater strength. It has not diminished your destiny, it has unlocked it. You are not defined by what you lost. You are defined by the one who is using it to write your eternal story. And this story is only just beginning. When you write 444, you are not just typing digits, you are echoing heaven's order. The number 4 throughout Scripture often points to creation, foundation, and completeness. To repeat it 3 times is to affirm, my life is established. My foundation is secure. My loss has become alignment. Imagine a house being built without a firm foundation. The walls collapse. No matter how beautiful they appear, your loss felt like the demolition of walls you once loved. But now, through alignment, God has been laying the strongest foundation under your feet. 444 is your declaration that the foundation is finished and you are ready to rise. Do not underestimate the weight of this act. What looks small in the natural can move mountains in the spiritual. By writing 444, you are declaring before heaven, before the enemy, and even before your own soul, I trust the process. I accept the alignment. I will not resist the key hidden in my loss. This is why your loss was not meaningless. It was a realignment, a rebuilding, a preparation. And now, as you declare it, you will begin to see restoration rise from the ruins. Chosen one. Mercy has often felt delayed in your life. You prayed, you waited, you cried, and still the heavens seemed silent. You wondered if perhaps your prayers were not worthy enough, if maybe you had done something to push God away. But the truth is, delay was never denial. Mercy was not absent, it was simply hidden. It was guarding you, waiting until the right time, preserving you from stepping into something too soon. Think of a child asking to drive a car before they can reach the pedals. The answer is not no forever. It is not yet. The delay is protection, not punishment. In the same way, heaven's mercy stepped back, not to hurt you, but to hold you in safety until your maturity could match your calling. Your heart remembers the seasons when you begged for open doors. You longed for opportunities, for recognition, for the promise to be fulfilled. Yet those doors remained shut. Looking back, can you see it now? Some of those doors would have led you into harm. Some would have chained you to relationships that would have drained you dry. Some would have trapped your potential in places too small for what heaven had designed. Chosen one. You were never abandoned. You were preserved. What you thought was heaven ignoring you was actually heaven sheltering you. Mercy is sometimes most powerful when it is invisible. The ancient words remind us in the book of Psalms, chapter 84, verse 11. For the Lord God is a sun and shield. The Lord bestows favor and honor. No good thing does he withhold from those whose walk is blameless. Do you see it? The shield is just as important as the sun. The same God who gives light also blocks danger. The same Father who opens his hand to bless also lifts his shield to protect. Mercy's delay has carried you. You wanted speed, but God knew you needed strength. You wanted doors, but God knew you needed roots. You wanted crowns, but God knew you needed character. Delay gave you what answered prayers could not: endurance, wisdom, and the capacity to carry glory. Imagine a tree planted near water. In its first year, it grows fast, green leaves sprouting everywhere. But if storms come, it risks being uprooted because its roots are shallow. Now, picture a tree that grows slowly, its roots digging deep into the earth before the branches spread wide. When storms hit, it stands immovable. That is you. Heaven allowed your roots to go deep in the soil of waiting so that nothing could uproot you in the future. Delay also exposed what was false around you. Had God given you what you wanted when you wanted it, you might have been surrounded by people who only loved the gift, not the giver. By holding back, heaven revealed motives who would walk with you in silence, who would stay when you had nothing to offer, who would stand when the applause was absent. Delay purified your circle. There is a story of a man who dreamed of building a house. He rushed ahead, laying stones quickly, eager to see walls rise. But when the rains came, the foundation cracked, and the house fell. Years later, wiser, he started again. This time, he spent long days digging deep, making the ground firm before setting even one stone. When the storms came again, his house stood firm. The first time was speed. The second time was strength. This is what mercy's hidden delay has been doing in you, making you strong enough to last. Chosen one, you are not behind. You are not late. You are exactly on time. Heaven's calendar does not bow to human deadlines. Mercy's timing is perfect, even when it feels unbearable. Consider the Israelites wandering in the wilderness. To them, 40 years felt like wasted delay. But in truth, it was the only way to strip Egypt out of their hearts. The land of promise was ready, but the people were not. Mercy held them in delay until they were prepared to walk in inheritance without returning to slavery. In the same way, your promised land exists. It has always been there. Delay was heaven's way of preparing you to walk in it with freedom. Chosen one. When you look back at your story, you will thank God for the doors that never opened. You will bless Him for the no that felt cruel in the moment, but saved you from destruction. And you will realize that every pause of mercy was not a setback, but a safeguard. Think of the potter shaping clay. He spins the wheel, presses the clay, forms the shape. Then he pauses, letting the vessel rest. He knows that if he rushes, the clay will collapse under heat. Delay is the pause of the potter, ensuring you will endure the fire of destiny without breaking. Mercy's delay is not the absence of love. It is the evidence of love. A God who did not care would hand you blessings before you were ready, letting them crush you. A God of mercy waits, even when it hurts you, because He knows it is saving you. So the next time you feel the ache of waiting, shift your view. Do not see it as neglect. See it as heaven's hand holding you back from premature destruction. See it as mercy whispering, "Not yet," because you are too valuable to waste. One day soon, you will step into the doors you longed for. And when you do, you will carry wisdom, depth, and resilience that could only be born in delay. The crown will sit upon your head, and it will not slip. because mercy made sure your shoulders were strong enough to hold it. Chosen one. Never again despise mercy's hidden delay. For though it hurt you, it has saved you. And now, as the pause begins to lift, you will walk forward with confidence, knowing mercy was never late, it was right on time. Chosen one. The crown that belongs to you has always been contested. The enemy has never been content to watch you step into the fullness of your inheritance. That is why, alongside every promise, there has been a counterfeit. For every blessing heaven prepared, darkness has tried to present a shadow version, hoping you would settle for less. It is not always easy to discern. The counterfeit often arrives wrapped in beauty, clothed in words that sound right, glittering like treasure in the sun. But if you look closer, if you wait long enough, its emptiness reveals itself. The counterfeit never sustains. It offers temporary satisfaction, but drains your soul. It promises crowns made of gold, but delivers circles of rust. Think of Israel in the wilderness. God promised them manna, bread from heaven, yet they longed for Egypt's food, the onions and leeks. Because it was familiar, they were tempted by what was behind them, forgetting the miracle set before them. This is the nature of the counterfeit. It tempts you with what feels easy and familiar, hoping you will trade eternal bread for temporary scraps. Chosen one. Heaven never designed you to settle for imitation. The mark upon you is too precious. Your assignment too weighty, to waste on shadows. That is why your spirit has always felt restless when you tried to fit into places that did not honor your value. You may have even forced yourself to wear crowns that didn't fit, only to find them heavy with burden and empty of peace. Scripture reminds us in the book of Proverbs, chapter 10, verse 22, "The blessing of the Lord brings wealth, without painful toil for it." This is how you can discern the crown from the counterfeit. The true blessing strengthens you. It expands you without crushing you. It multiplies without draining your soul. But the counterfeit takes and takes, leaving you emptier than before. Imagine walking into a marketplace filled with jewels. Some shine with true brilliance. Others glimmer with glass. To the untrained eye, all appear valuable, but to one who knows the difference, the real gem can be seen by its weight, its clarity, its light. This is your journey. You are learning to discern weight from glitter, clarity from deception, light from illusion. The counterfeit shows up not just in possessions, but in relationships. Some people came into your life promising love, yet left you chained. Others appeared as friends, but carried hidden daggers. Still, others offered mentorship or partnership, but their motives were rooted in envy. These were counterfeits, placed in your path to distract you from the true covenant relationships that heaven prepared. Chosen one. Do not be ashamed of the seasons you fell for the counterfeit. Each time, you learned to sharpen your discernment. Each misstep was training. Each heartbreak was education. Now, your spirit recognizes quickly what your eyes once missed. You have become like a watchman on the wall, able to spot deception from afar. Consider Solomon, who asked not for wealth or victory, but for wisdom. With wisdom came discernment, and with discernment came the ability to steward the crown rightly. You too have been trained by your trials to seek wisdom above comfort, discernment above appearances. That is why the crowns that once tempted you no longer move you. You have tasted the emptiness of the counterfeit. And now your soul longs only for the real. Picture a garden filled with both fruit and weeds. To the unknowing, all greenery looks the same. But to the trained gardener, weeds are swiftly pulled because they choke the life of the true. That is you now. What once looked enticing you now recognize as dangerous. Your crown will not be stolen by weeds because you have learned to guard the soil of your life. Chosen one. The counterfeit was never stronger than you. Its only power was distraction. It could glitter, but it could not glow with eternity. And though you stumbled, you never surrendered your true inheritance. Heaven has kept it safe, hidden until you were ready to wear it with honor. The prophet's words remind us in the book of Haggai, chapter 2, verse 9, "The glory of this present house will be greater than the glory of the former house, says the Lord Almighty. And in this place I will grant peace." Do you hear the promise? The glory ahead is greater. The true crown brings peace, not striving. The real inheritance carries weight, not chains. Chosen one. When the crown rests upon your head, it will fit perfectly. It will not crush you, for your shoulders have been strengthened by trials. It will not slip, for mercy's delay has taught you patience. And it will not rust, for it was forged in eternity, not in the hands of men. So, lift your eyes. Do not fear the glitter of counterfeits anymore. You are no longer deceived by their shine. You know the difference now. Your spirit has been refined to recognize what is holy, what is lasting, what is true. The counterfeit may have delayed you, but it did not destroy you. It may have distracted you, but it did not disqualify you. And now, having walked through the false, you are ready to embrace the real. Chosen one. Your crown is secure. Your inheritance cannot be stolen. The counterfeit has lost its power. Because you no longer hunger for scraps, you hunger only for glory. Chosen one. In the wilderness of your soul, you have heard whispers, not the roar of crowds, not the echo of applause, but the quiet, steady voice that refuses to leave you. It was in your loneliest seasons, when no one stood by your side, that the voice of God grew clearest. At first, you doubted it. You wondered if it was just your imagination, or perhaps wishful thinking born out of desperation. But over time, you began to recognize its tone. It did not sound like condemnation. It did not weigh you down. It spoke peace, even in storms. It carried conviction, yet wrapped in love. That voice, soft but unshakable, was God guiding you through the wilderness. Think of Elijah under the broom tree. He was exhausted, ready to quit, ready to let his life end. Yet heaven did not send a thunderstorm, nor an earthquake, nor a fire. Instead, it sent a gentle whisper. The voice of God is often like that, not loud, not forceful, but steady enough to move mountains inside of you. Your wilderness was never wasted. Though you felt abandoned, the whisper was training you. In crowded rooms, you might have missed it. In seasons of comfort, you might have ignored it. But in the silence of the desert, when your soul was stripped bare, you had no choice but to lean in. And when you leaned in, you found that his voice was always there. Chosen one. This is why your wilderness mattered. It made you attentive. It tuned your ears. Now, even in the noise of the world. You can detect that still, small voice cutting through. You may not know the next 10 steps, but you know the one who guides each single step. The writings of the psalmist remind us in the book of Psalms, chapter 32, verse 8, I will instruct you and teach you in the way you should go. I will counsel you with my loving eye on you. This is heaven's promise. You are never wandering aimlessly. You are guided. Even in barren places. Imagine walking through a desert at night. The sky above is black, the sand beneath cold, yet one star shines brighter than the rest, giving you direction. You do not need the whole map, you only need to follow the star. That star is his whisper. It may not reveal everything, but it always reveals enough to keep you moving forward. And sometimes, the wilderness revealed who truly walked with you. Some left, unable to handle the silence. Some mocked, unable to see your hidden training. But the whisper never left. It became your companion, your comfort, your compass, chosen one. What others call emptiness, heaven calls intimacy. What others see as isolation, heaven sees as invitation. The wilderness was the place where the whisper became your lifeline, and that whisper is still leading you. Now, I ask you to mark this moment. Right below, I hear stillness, just 3 words, yet heavy with meaning, because when you write it, you are declaring that even silence has become a language of heaven to you. You are testifying that you have learned to find God not only in thunder, but in the quiet. When you write it, you anchor yourself in truth. You remind your own soul that you are not directionless, not forgotten, not abandoned. You are guided, you are led, you are chosen, and in time, others will see the fruit of that whisper. They will marvel at your strength, your clarity, your resilience. They will ask how you endured, and you will tell them, it was not me, it was his voice in the wilderness that kept me alive. Chosen one. The whisper is your proof. Proof that you are seen. Proof that you are led. Proof that heaven has never let go. When you type, I hear stillness, you are declaring something powerful. You are saying that silence is no longer your enemy. Silence has become your teacher, your companion, your place of encounter. Think of a mountain lake at dawn. The water is perfectly still, reflecting the sky like a mirror. It is only in that stillness that the reflection becomes clear. That is what happens in your spirit. In the stillness, you finally see the reflection of God's face. I hear stillness means you are no longer afraid of quiet nights. You are no longer restless when answers do not come quickly. Instead, you lean in and realize that silence itself speaks. It tells you, wait, trust, breathe. God is here even when words are not. It is a prophetic act because the world chases noise. Everyone wants volume, validation, and constant voices. But you are different. You are declaring that you can hear God even in what others ignore, that you do not need thunder to know his presence. You can hear him in the hush. Imagine a soldier on watch at night. Others sleep. The camp is silent, but his ears are tuned for the slightest sound. That's what I hear stillness means. It is the mark of someone awake, alert, sensitive, chosen to guard destiny even in the dark. When you write it, heaven sees your declaration. angels, record your willingness to hear beyond noise, and your own soul begins to shift, realizing that silence was never abandonment. It was intimacy. So let these 3 words become your anthem. Whisper them to yourself in the night. I hear stillness. Write them down when doubt rises. Declare them when your heart is heavy. And every time you do, you are reminding yourself that the whisper is enough. Because truly, the stillness is not empty. It is filled with His voice. And you, chosen one, have ears to hear it. Chosen one, you were never called to ordinary tasks. The weight you carry is evidence of the extraordinary. Heaven entrusted you with assignments others could not bear, because your spirit was built in the fire of trials, and your heart has been softened by mercy. Look at your story, the valleys you walked through, the storms you endured, the losses you survived. Every step was shaping you for the impossible. That is why, even now, you feel the stirring of something bigger than yourself. You know, deep down, you were chosen for a mission beyond comfort, beyond applause, beyond self. Think of Joshua standing before the Jordan River. Behind him, years of wandering. Ahead of him, the land of promise. Crossing seemed impossible, yet God told him to step forward. And as the priests carrying the ark touched the water, the river parted. The impossible became possible, because chosen vessels carried divine presence. In the same way, you are standing at the edge of impossibility, but your steps will shift the waters. Chosen one, you carry an authority others cannot see. When you enter a room, the atmosphere changes. When you speak, even your quiet words carry weight. This is not pride, it is evidence that heaven's hand rests on you. The ancient promise still echoes in the book of Philippians, chapter 4, verse 13. I can do all things through Christ who gives me strength. This is not a cliche, it is the core of your calling. The impossible bends when Christ strengthens you. Picture a key forged in fire. At first, it is only metal, shapeless and ordinary. But after the flames and the hammer's strikes, it becomes the exact tool that opens a locked door. That is you. The fire did not destroy you. It shaped you into the key that will unlock doors no one else could. And yet, carrying the impossible can feel heavy. Sometimes you wonder if you are truly enough. But hear me. Heaven did not make a mistake. If the mantle rests on you, it is because you are equipped to carry it. Chosen one. I want to pause here and invite you to respond in ways that affirm your journey. Press like as though you were placing a sacred stone upon an altar, marking this moment as holy and declaring, I received this word. Oh, share this message as though you were passing a torch in the dark. You never know whose night could be illuminated because you chose to let the flame travel. And if you have not yet, subscribe. Not because you are told, not because you are forced, but because you are choosing to keep walking with a community of light bearers. Subscribing is like tying yourself to a caravan in the desert. You don't have to walk alone anymore. Chosen one. This is not pressure, it is invitation. A chance to align with the truth of who you are. To say yes with your actions, not just your heart. Let me give you another image. Imagine a symphony about to play. Each instrument matters, but only when each chooses to join in. If one remains silent, the music is incomplete. You are one of those instruments. Your Yes, your act of stepping in is part of the sound heaven longs to release. And this, too, is why your calling feels impossible at times. You were never meant to play solo. Your light joins with others. Your story intertwines with others. Together, the impossible becomes reality. There is a story of a man who carried a dream too big for him. Alone, it crushed him. But when he shared it, others joined in. And suddenly, what once seemed impossible became a movement. That is how heaven works, through chosen ones uniting. So, take courage. Chosen one. You are not standing at the edge of impossibility to be mocked. You are standing there to step forward and watch heaven make a way. The mantle is heavy. Yes. But your shoulders have been prepared. The task is daunting. Yes. But your spirit has been equipped. Lift your eyes. The impossible is not your enemy. It is your stage. And when you walk forward in faith, you will see rivers part, valds fall, and promises fulfilled. Chosen one. Your destiny is not small. Your calling is not ordinary. You were chosen for the impossible, and by Christ's strength, you will carry it to completion. Chosen one. When heaven calls you to the impossible, it does not hand you a finished map. Instead, it gives you a compass, a whisper, a direction. That is why you often feel like you are walking with only one step of light in front of you. But trust this one step is enough, because the same God who lit that step will light the next. Think of Abraham, called to leave his homeland. No map, no guarantee, just a promise. Go to the land I will show you. Every step he took was both terrifying and holy. That is you. Every move you make feels risky, but it is also building an altar to the God who guides you. And here is the wonder. Impossibility is the language of heaven. Where human strength ends, divine power begins. The tasks that scare you most are often the ones heaven crafted specifically for you. They force you to lean, to trust, to abandon the illusion of control. Picture a tightrope walker crossing a canyon. The line beneath him looks fragile, the fall beneath terrifying. Yet with each step, his balance steadies, his courage grows. That is what stepping into the impossible feels like. The line may look thin, but heaven holds it firm. Chosen one. Your courage is contagious. You may not realize it, but others are watching. They see your faith, your persistence, your resilience. They wonder how you keep walking when storms rage. And though you feel small, your life is already preaching a sermon louder than words. There is a reason heaven chose you for the impossible. You are not just meant to survive, you are meant to blaze a trail. Others will walk in your footsteps because you dared to take them first. So do not shrink back. Do not despise the enormity of the call. Stand tall, even trembling, because trembling faith is still faith. Heaven is not asking for perfection, only your willingness. And when you reach the other side, when the impossible becomes your testimony, you will look back and see the river parted, the walls crumbled, the path opened, not because you were strong enough, but because you were chosen, chosen one. The impossible is not your burden, it is your crown. Chosen one. Not every chain in your life looked like iron. Some were invisible, wrapped in words spoken softly, hidden in smiles that seemed genuine. disguised as love. Yet, behind their gentleness, they bound you. They convinced you that you needed them to survive, that without their approval or presence, you were incomplete. These were not bonds of affection, they were prisons. You know the weight of it. A relationship that once felt like comfort slowly became control. A voice that once spoke encouragement began to shape your decisions with fear. A hand that once offered safety began to tighten around your destiny. And yet, for a time, you did not see it clearly. You thought it was care. You thought it was love. But chains often masquerade as protection. Think of Samson, strong and chosen, yet bound by Delilah's deception. His strength was not stolen by armies or weapons, but by intimacy misused. The chain that held him was not forged of steel, but of trust betrayed. That is how the enemy works. He knows that open attacks would awaken your defenses. So he used disguises. He uses relationships to drain your spirit slowly, until you no longer notice the weight around your neck. Chosen one, hear this truth. Love never chains. Real love frees. Real love nurtures, protects, and releases. It does not demand your silence. It does not crush your voice. It does not make you smaller to make itself bigger. What you endured was not love. It was a counterfeit assignment meant to cage you. Scripture speaks to this in the second letter to the Corinthians. Chapter 3, verse 17. Now the Lord is the Spirit, and where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. If what held you did not lead you to freedom, it was not of the Spirit. If it silenced your calling, it was never from God. Chosen one, the chains that looked like love could not last forever. They broke because they had to. Heaven refused to let you remain bound. That is why people left suddenly. That is why relationships crumbled, even when you begged them to stay. Heaven was breaking what you could not see, setting you free for the destiny you almost forfeited. Picture a bird in a gilded cage. The cage is decorated, polished, beautiful to the eye. Food is provided. The space is safe. But the wings are useless. The bird does not know freedom until the door swings open. And when it finally flies, it discovers that the open sky was always its true home. That bird is you. The cage was comfortable but deadly. The open air is where your spirit belongs. At times, you may grieve the loss of what you thought was love. That grief is real. But grieve with this knowledge. What broke away from you was not your foundation. It was your cage, and heaven wept with you, even as it rejoiced over your release. Consider Israel again in Egypt. They cried out for deliverance. Yet when freedom came, many longed to return to slavery because it felt familiar. The chains you left behind may still call to you, whispering of comfort, of safety, of belonging. But do not return. Chains, no matter how familiar, are still chains. Freedom, no matter how unfamiliar, is still freedom. There is a story of a woman who stayed in a relationship that crushed her spirit. She told herself it was love, though she felt smaller every day. When the bond finally broke, she felt empty, lost, even angry with God. But in time, she discovered who she truly was. She began to sing again, to create again, to dream again. What she thought was her lifeline had been her prison, and breaking free was the beginning of her true life. Chosen one, This is your story too. Heaven is jealous over your destiny. God refuses to let his chosen ones remain bound by false love. That is why he broke what you were afraid to let go of. That is why he pulled you out. Even when you resisted, he loves you too much to leave you chained. Do not see it as rejection. See it as rescue. Do not see it as abandonment. See it as liberation. The chains had to break so your wings could stretch. The false had to fall so the true could rise. And now, with the chains behind you, your steps may feel shaky. Freedom is unfamiliar at first, but keep walking. Every day you will breathe more deeply. Every day your voice will grow stronger. Every day the memory of chains will fade, and the joy of flight will fill you. Chosen one, do not mistake freedom for loneliness. You may walk alone for a time, but you are never truly alone. Heaven walks with you. The Spirit whispers to you, and soon, the right voices, the right relationships, the true companions will come, those who love not to bind, but to release. Lift your head, shake off the dust of old chains, stretch your wings again. You were never made for cages. You were made for skis. And when you finally lift off, you will wonder why you ever feared leaving the cage. The air tastes different. The horizon stretches farther, and the sun feels warmer on free wings. What once seemed secure now looks so small compared to the vastness before you. Chosen one, freedom is not just escape, it is arrival. It is stepping into the open expanse heaven always intended for you. So fly, not timidly, but boldly. The skies were made for you, and heaven itself celebrates every beat of your wings. Chosen one, do you remember the nights when your tears flowed, unseen by anyone else? When you hid the pain behind your smile? When even those closest to you could not comprehend the weight you carried? Those tears were not wasted. Heaven saw each one. They were not signs of weakness, they were prophetic. Every tear you shed was a prayer that reached beyond words. You thought no one noticed. You thought your pillow alone bore the testimony of your grief. But in truth, those hidden tears watered the ground of your destiny like rain soaking dry soil. They prepared your spirit to carry something eternal. Think of Hannah, who wept bitterly before the Lord, longing for a child. Her tears seemed endless, her anguish unbearable. Yet heaven heard. From her weeping came Samuel, a prophet who would anoint kings. Hannah's tears were not just sorrow, they were intercession. They became the birthplace of destiny. Your tears have carried the same power. Chosen one. The world often sees tears as weakness, but in the kingdom, they are sacred. Each one is a seed. Each one is an offering. Each one speaks louder than any sermon. That is why you cannot despise your tears. They have built altars before heaven. The writings of David remind us in the book of Psalms, chapter 56, verse 8, "Record my misery, list my tears on your scroll. Are they not in your record? Every tear you shed has been written down. Not one has been ignored. Not one has evaporated unnoticed. Heaven keeps them like treasures, reminders of your endurance and your faith. Imagine a jar in heaven's hand, filled, drop by drop, with every tear you ever cried. At first it looks like sorrow, but when the light of eternity shines upon it, it sparkles like diamonds. What once felt like pain becomes beauty. What once felt wasted becomes priceless. That jar is yours, and its weight is testimony that you never gave up. Chosen one, your tears are not the end of your story. They are the evidence that your spirit refused to grow cold. They show that even in your darkest nights, you still cared enough to weep, to long, to hope. Tears are the proof that your heart has not died. There is a story of a man who lost everything: his job, his family, his health. Each night he cried until he had no strength left. For years, nothing seemed to change. Yet when breakthrough finally came, he realized his tears had softened his heart instead of hardening it. His suffering birthed compassion. His loss birthed wisdom. And now he comforts others with the same comfort he received. His tears became a ministry. Chosen one, do not despise your weeping seasons. They were not wasted nights. They were investments into eternity. Heaven has already turned your tears into prayers, and those prayers are rising as incense before the throne. And here is something powerful. Tears prepare you for joy. Just as rain precedes a harvest, your tears preceded your breakthrough. The soil of your spirit is saturated now, ready for growth that cannot be reversed. You will see the fruit of your tears. You will hold the answers your prayers carried. But today, I want to invite you to make a prophetic declaration. Write the number 555 below. This number is a sign of grace multiplied, of God's hand covering every part of your journey. When you write it, you are declaring, my tears are not wasted. Grace has covered every drop. I will see beauty rise from ashes. This is not superstition. It is not ritual. It is faith expressed in action. When you type 555, you are aligning your heart with heaven's record of your tears. You are saying, what I cried in secret will bloom in the open. What I sowed in sorrow, I will reap in joy. Think of a farmer scattering seed in the rain. His clothes are soaked, the ground muddy, the sky gray, but he keeps scattering because he knows that rain is the promise of growth. Your tears were the rain, your prayers the seed, and now the harvest is coming. 555 is your way of saying, I believe the harvest is near. Chosen one, never let shame tell you that tears make you weak. Strength is not the absence of weeping. It is the decision to keep going even while you weep. Your tears have spoken louder than silence ever could. And heaven has been listening all along. So lift your head, wipe your face, but never regret the tears that fell. They are the proof of your humanity, the mark of your compassion, and the evidence of your faith. They have built altars unseen by the world, but honored by God. Chosen one, the day will come when you will look back at those long nights and whisper, it was worth it. Because the tears you shed then are the joy you will reap now. When you declare 555, you are not simply typing numbers. You are announcing grace over every chapter of your life. 15 is grace. 25 is grace multiplied. 35 is grace overflowing, flooding every wound, every tear, every hidden place of your soul. It means the grace of God covered your past, no matter how broken. It means His grace is holding your present, even when you feel weak. And it means His grace has already secured your future, long before you could see it. Think of waves washing over the shore. Each wave erases the footprints left behind, making the sand new again. That is what 555 symbolizes: heaven's waves of grace continually erasing shame, continually refreshing your spirit, continually preparing you for joy. So when you write it, you are not just echoing a number, you are standing in agreement with heaven, saying, "My tears are remembered, but my story will be redeemed by grace upon grace." Chosen one, you have known the taste of silence, the weight of rejection, the sting of loss, and even the trembling of counterfeit crowns. But there is something else you have carried that often goes unnoticed: the season of waiting. Waiting is not easy. It stretches the soul, exposes impatience, and challenges faith. Yet it is in the waiting that heaven does its deepest work. You remember those days when time itself felt heavy. You prayed, and nothing shifted. You worked, and results seemed invisible. You looked for signs, and only shadows answered. Waiting carved questions into your heart. Has God forgotten me? Did I miss my moment? Is the promise still alive? Yet hidden beneath the quiet ache, something eternal was happening. Waiting is not wasted time. Waiting is sacred ground. It is the field where roots dig deeper, where character is forged, where trust becomes more than a word. Without waiting, promises would be cheap. Without waiting, destiny would be fragile. Think of Joseph in prison. After his dreams of greatness, after his visions of leadership, he found himself forgotten behind bars. Days turned into years. Hope must have wavered. Yet in that waiting, Joseph learned humility, patience, and wisdom. When the moment finally came to stand before Pharaoh, he was not the same boy who boasted of dreams. He was a man prepared to govern nations. Chosen one, your waiting has been a furnace of preparation. You may not have seen the shaping, but heaven has been molding you in silence. The delay was not denial, it was design. The word of the Lord speaks through the prophet Isaiah, chapter 42, verse 31. But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint. Waiting in the Lord is never passive. It is active hope, strengthening your wings for flight. Picture an archer pulling back the string of a bow. The further the string is drawn back, the greater the force when it is released. To the arrow, it feels like retreat, like moving backward, but in truth, it is the setup for launch. Your waiting has been the drawing back of the bow. The tension you feel is the proof that release is near. At times, waiting can feel cruel. You see others running ahead while you are still standing still. Their doors open while yours remain closed. Their dreams unfold while yours remain locked away. But waiting is not comparison. Your timeline is not their timeline. Heaven has crafted a journey unique to you, with milestones set by divine wisdom. There is a story of a farmer who planted 2 seeds on the same day. One sprouted quickly, shooting green leaves within weeks. The other remained hidden beneath the soil. Months passed, and still nothing showed. Yet, underground, its roots were weaving deeper, spreading vida. Then, suddenly, it broke the surface and grew into a mighty tree, towering over the quick sprout. That is your waiting. Slow, hidden, but destined for strength. Chosen one, do not curse the waiting. One day you will bless it, because in the stillness, your faith muscles were strengthened. In the quiet, your ears tuned to whispers. In the delay, your destiny deepened. Think of David anointed as king while still a shepherd. The oil marked him, but years passed before the throne became his. Why? Because the throne requires more than anointing, it requires preparation. The oil was proof of promise, but the waiting was the furnace that made him ready. Your anointing is real. The oil is already on your life. But heaven has loved you too much to let you wear the crown before your shoulders were strong enough. Waiting is not punishment, it is love disguised as delay. And while you waited, something else happened. Heaven pruned your life. People left. Doors shut. Opportunities slipped. Not because you failed, but because you were being refined. Waiting filtered your circle. Waiting revealed your priorities. Waiting tested your motives. And now, what remains is pure, unshakable, and ready. Chosen one. You are not behind. Do not let the enemy tell you that time has been wasted. Every second of waiting has been seed time. Heaven redeems seasons. The years you thought were lost will return as double harvest. The days you counted as wasted will shine as testimony. Imagine a candle hidden in a dark room, unlit, waiting. The wick feels forgotten, purposeless. But the moment fire touches it, the candle shines, and all the waiting makes sense. You are that candle. Waiting has not been neglect. It has been positioning you for the flame that will set you ablaze. There is a promise. Those who wait on the Lord will soar, not crawl, not stumble, but soar. Waiting is not the end of your strength. It is the beginning of it. So, lift your eyes. Chosen one, do not despise the pause. Trust that heaven has been moving even in your stillness. The bow is drawn, the roots are deep, the wings are ready, and soon the release will come. You will not miss your moment. You will not be left behind. You will rise in the timing of heaven. And when you do, you will understand. The waiting was the womb of your destiny. Chosen one, remember this. The tension you feel is not a mistake. It is the proof that you are being aimed with precision. The archer does not pull back the string without purpose. He has a target in sight. Your waiting was not random stretching. It was divine alignment. Every delay was heaven adjusting the aim so that when you are released, you will strike the exact mark prepared for you. So do not fear the backward pull. Do not despise the stretching. It only means that your release will be unstoppable, straight, and sure. When heaven lets go, you will not miss. You were made to hit the mark. Chosen one. Storms have always circled your path. Some came suddenly, without warning, while others built slowly on the horizon, giving you time to feel the dread before the rain fell. But every storm you endured carried a hidden assignment. They were never sent to destroy you. They were permitted to reveal what could not be shaken. You know the feeling of standing in winds that threatened to break you. The lightning struck, the waves rose, and everything secure seemed fragile. And yet, you are still here. That alone is testimony. Storms may have bent you, but they did not uproot you. They may have drenched you in sorrow, but they could not drown you. Think of the disciples on the Sea of Galilee. A sudden storm struck their boat. Waves crashing. Fear overwhelming. They thought they were perishing. But Jesus, asleep in the stern, rose and spoke, "Peace, be still." the storm was silenced. Not because it was never real, but because his authority ruled over it. In your life, storms have raged, but his presence has always been in your boat. Chosen one. Storms test foundations. A house built on sand collapses, but one rooted on rock stands firm. Your storms have revealed the strength of your foundation. You did not survive because of your skill or your control. You survived because the rock of ages was beneath your feet. The Book of Nahum, chapter 1, verse 7, declares, "The Lord is good, a refuge in times of trouble. He cares for those who trust in him." Do you see? The refuge is not the absence of storms. It is the safety found within them. Trouble did not erase his care. It revealed it. Imagine a tree in the middle of a hurricane. Leaves torn, branches bent, bark stripped. But when the winds die down, the tree still stands beneath the soil. Roots clung to the unseen. That tree is you. The winds howled, but your roots gripped the promises of God. The storms took much, but they could not take your foundation. At times, you begged for storms to pass quickly. You pleaded for the rain to stop, for the skies to clear. But storms last as long as they are meant to. Some storms are short bursts of rain. Others linger for seasons. Yet every storm reshaped you, washed you, and strengthened you. There is a story of a sailor who trained only in calm waters. When storms came, he panicked, unable to steer, unable to trust his vessel. Another sailor trained in storms, learning to adjust sails, to navigate waves, to endure the fury of the sea. Which sailor became master of the waters? The one who endured storms. So it is with you. You are not a shallow believer, shaped only by comfort. You are a seasoned warrior, shaped by winds and waves. Chosen one. Storms also cleared your skies. They blew away what you clung to but did not need. They stripped away false shelters, exposing what was weak, leaving only what was strong, painful, yes, but also purifying. Without storms, you might have built your life on illusions. With storms, you learned what is eternal. Picture gold in the fire. Heat rages, impurities rise, and the dross is burned away. Storms are like that fire. They reveal what does not belong, refining until only purity remains. You have come out of storms lighter, clearer, sharper, and though storms raged, they could not last forever. Every storm has an appointed end. The same winds that roared over you grew tired and fell silent. The same waves that threatened to drown you receded back into calm waters. Storms may roar, but they do not reign. Chosen one. You carry peace now because of what you survived. Others see only the calm upon your face, not knowing the chaos you endured to gain it. They marvel at your resilience, not realizing that resilience was birthed in nights of thunder. You do not carry fragile faith. You carry faith tested in floods. There is beauty in storms, even when hidden. Rain that once felt cold watered seeds buried deep. Winds that once frightened carried away the debris of old seasons. Lightning that once terrified illuminated paths unseen. Storms have been your teachers as much as your trials. The writings in the Gospel of John, chapter 16, verse 33, remind us, in this world you will have trouble, but take heart, I have overcome the world. The promise was never a storm-free life. The promise was victory in the midst of storms. Trouble is real, but so is triumph. Chosen one. Storms have marked you, but they have not marred you. You carry scars. Yes, but they are sacred. They remind you of waves that bowed, of winds that calmed, of nights that broke into dawn. Your scars are evidence that storms did not defeat you, they refined you. Now, when storms rise again, you will not tremble as before. You know their language, you know their limits, and you know the one who commands them. Your heart beats steady because you have learned that storms do not speak the final word. So, when clouds gather and winds rise, stand tall. Do not fear the thunder. Remember that every storm you endured was shaping you for this moment. And remember this, storms pass, but the strength you gained remains forever. Chosen one. Your story is not about storms that destroyed. It is about storms that revealed your unshakable foundation. The world may only see rain, but heaven sees a warrior forged in winds. And now, you carry within you the calm after the storm. You are the living testimony that peace is possible, even when waves rage. You are the proof that storms end, but chosen ones endure. Chosen one. By now you understand that your life has not been random. Every valley, every rejection, every delay, every storm, they all carried a hidden thread weaving into your eternal purpose. And here you stand, not broken, but rebuilt, not empty, but full, not abandoned, but chosen. There is something powerful about testimony. The scars you carry are not shameful, they are proof that you survived. The cracks in your heart are not weaknesses, they are windows for light to shine through. And when others look at you, what they will see is not the pain that tried to bury you, but the resilience that carried you through. Chosen one. Testimony is not only about survival, it is about revelation. It is about showing the world that grace is greater than grief, that faith is stronger than fear, that destiny is louder than defeat. And your testimony is already unfolding. The Apostle writes in the book of Revelation, chapter 12, verse 11, they triumphed over him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony. Your story is not just yours, it is a weapon. Your survival silences the accuser. Your endurance is proof that heaven's promises stand. Picture a lighthouse on a rocky coast. Waves slam against it. Storms surround it. Winds howl against its walls. Yet its light does not falter. That light is for ships still out at sea, guiding them home. In the same way, your life is a lighthouse. The storms you endured did not extinguish your flame, they made it brighter for others. But even a lighthouse must remain tended. Its flame must be kept alive, its walls maintained, its windows cleared. This is where I pause and invite you into something deeper. If these words have touched your spirit, let your response become part of the testimony. Press like as if you were placing another brick into the lighthouse wall, saying, "This light must keep shining." Share this message as though you were casting a lifeline into the sea. Somewhere, someone is drowning in silence, and your single act of sharing may pull them back to shore. Leave a comment below, write your truth. Even if it is only a sentence, think of it as carving your initials into the foundation stone of this lighthouse. Years later, When others see it, they will know. Someone stood here. Someone survived here. Someone chose to testify here. And if you have not yet, subscribe. Not because anyone demands it, but because this is how you keep returning to the light. Subscription is like carrying a lantern in your pocket. You never walk into the night without a flame. Chosen one. Do you see? These are not demands, but invitations. Ways for you to mark your moment. Ways for you to say, yes, I was here. Yes, I received this. Yes, I choose to keep the light alive. There is a story of a man who built a small fire on a mountain path. He could have kept it to himself, but he chose to add more wood so others could warm themselves as they passed by. Soon, travelers began gathering around the fire, finding safety, sharing stories, and drawing courage. One small flame became a gathering place for hope. That is what happens when you press like, share, comment, and subscribe. You are not just engaging, you are building a fire others will find. Chosen one. This is beauty. Your testimony does not end with you. It multiplies through your choices. A word spoken becomes a seed. A share given becomes a spark. A comment written becomes a stone in the altar. And each act ensures that the flame keeps burning for those who still wander. So let your response be your offering. Not out of compulsion, but out of love. Not out of pressure, but out of gratitude. For you have seen the storms. You have endured the silence. You have survived the waiting. And now, you are light for others. Chosen one. Do not underestimate these small acts. To heaven, they are weighty. To others, they are lifelines. And to yourself, they are reminders. I am chosen. I am alive. I am part of something eternal. Lift your eyes, for the lighthouse stands tall, and its flame burns brighter with every heart that joins. And remember, you are not just the one who sees the light, you are also the one who keeps it alive. And here is the wonder. Chosen one. Lighthouses are never built for themselves. They do not need their own light. They exist for others. They stand in lonely places, battered by storms. But their flame is a gift for sailors who cannot find their way. That is the role you are stepping into. You shine not just for your survival, but for those still searching. Think of the countless ships you may never meet. Some are near the shore but blinded by fog. Some are far out at sea, tossed by waves. Yet your light reaches them. They may never know your name, but they will see the glow and know which way to turn. That is the beauty of a chosen one. You impact lives you will never even touch. And yet, you are not alone in this work. Other lighthouses stand along the coast. Each one beams from its place, and together they form a chain of light no storm can extinguish. You are part of that chain. Your flame may look small, but when it joins with others, darkness loses its power. So, hold your ground. Keep the fire burning. Let every act of faith, every word of truth, every step of obedience add brightness to the horizon. Because one day, when the storm is fiercest, your light may be the very one that saves a wandering soul. Chosen one, shine on. The night cannot last forever. Chosen one, the path you walk has always been narrow. It is not a road lined with applause or crowded with travelers. Instead, it winds through valleys, climbs steep mountains, and disappears at times into mist. You have felt the loneliness of it. You have looked around and realized few walk with you. Yet this narrow way is the very road that leads to life. You may have envied those whose paths seemed broad and easy. Their steps were carefree, their pace swift. They carried little weight, and you wondered if perhaps you had chosen wrongly. But the truth is this: broad roads lead to shallow ends, while narrow roads carve eternal destinies. The weight you carry is proof of the value of your journey. Think of Noah, building an ark on dry ground. To others, his path looked foolish. He was mocked, misunderstood, and isolated. Yet the road he walked, lonely as it was, became the only road to survival. Chosen one. Your narrow way may feel heavy now, but it is leading you to something no broad road could ever hold. The ancient words declare in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 7, verse 14, "But small is the gate, and narrow the road that leads to life, and only a few find it." You are one of the few. This is not because you were better, but because you were called. The narrow path is not a punishment, it is a privilege. Imagine a mountain trail. At the base, wide roads invite crowds, filled with noise and comfort. But as the climb continues, the path narrows, the air grows thinner, the climb steeper. Many turn back, few press forward. Yet, at the summit, the view is breathtaking, the horizon endless. That is the promise of your path. Chosen one. Loneliness has been one of your fiercest battles. You have felt the sting of being misunderstood, the ache of walking without companions. But know this: the narrow road is never walked alone. Heaven has always been with you. The Spirit has been your unseen companion, guiding each step, whispering at each turn. There is a story of a woman who carried a dream no one else could see. She spoke of it, and people laughed. She pursued it, and people left. Yet she kept walking the narrow path. Years later, the dream unfolded, and those who once mocked stood in awe. The narrow way had led her to glory. Her story mirrors yours. The dream within you will not die, because it is rooted in eternity. Chosen one. The narrow path has also been your refinement. Broad roads allow compromise, but narrow roads demand focus. There is no room to carry what does not belong. That is why some relationships fell away, why old habits could not stay, why certain doors never opened. The road itself pruned you. It stripped away excess until only what was essential remained. Picture a sculptor carving a statue from stone. Each strike of the chisel removes what does not belong. To the untrained eye, it looks like destruction. To the sculptor, it is revelation, revealing the form hidden within. Your narrow path has been heaven's chisel, shaping the masterpiece that is you. And though it has been hard, though at times you wished for shortcuts, you will one day bless the narrowness. Because narrow paths may be difficult, but they are direct. They do not meander endlessly. They carve straight lines toward purpose. The ancient words declare in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 7, verse 14, "But small is the gate, and narrow the road that leads to life, and only a few find it." Your narrow path has been discipline, not cruelty. Painful, yes, but producing peace, righteousness, and eternal fruit. Chosen one. Do not compare your road to others. They may walk broad highways lined with comfort, but their destinations will never match yours. You are called to higher ground. The climb is steep, but the summit is waiting. There is a beauty hidden in narrow roads, intimacy. When only a few walk with you, every step becomes precious. You learn to treasure the quiet, to cherish the whispers, to lean into the unseen. You do not need crowds to affirm you. The narrow road has trained you to find affirmation in heaven's voice alone. Think of a shepherd leading sheep through a narrow pass. The cliffs on either side are steep, the path dangerous, yet the shepherd walks before them, ensuring their safety. The sheep cannot see the full road, but they trust his steps. This is your journey. You are not navigating alone. You are following a shepherd who knows every twist and turn. And this narrow road, though difficult, is filled with unseen beauty. The broad road offers noise and glitter, but the narrow path hides treasures only seekers find. In silence, you discovered strength. In solitude, you discovered intimacy. In trial, you discovered resilience. These treasures belong only to those who walk the narrow way. Chosen one. One day soon, the mist will clear, and you will see why the road was narrow. You will stand at the summit, breathless, not from exhaustion, but from awe. You will realize that every lonely night, every heavy step, every painful loss was worth it, for the view from the top will eclipse the pain of the climb. So, walk on. Keep steady. Do not despise the narrowness of your journey. It is your path, your calling, your inheritance, and heaven itself walks with you. Chosen one. If the narrow road has been your training, then the fire has been your refining. You have walked through seasons where it felt as though everything around you burned. Dreams crumbled, relationship dissolved, and plans you carefully built turned to ashes. The fire was fierce, and at times you feared it would consume you. Yet here you are still standing. That alone is a miracle. Fire has always been a tool of heaven. It purifies what is true and burns away what cannot last. When gold is placed in fire, the heat does not destroy it. It removes the dross, leaving only brilliance. Your life has been placed in that same furnace. The flames did not arrive to end you. They arrived to reveal you. The prophet Malachi speaks in chapter 3, verse 3, "He will sit as a refiner and purifier of silver. He will purify the Levites and refine them like gold and silver." Notice this. The refiner does not walk away. He sits, watching carefully, ensuring the heat never destroys, only purifies. That is how heaven has watched over you. Even when the fire raged, you were never unattended. Think of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego thrown into the fiery furnace, bound and condemned. The flames should have devoured them, yet a fourth figure walked with them, and they emerged without even the smell of smoke. This is your testimony too. The fire that should have consumed you became the fire that proved his presence. Chosen one. The fire stripped you of what was false. Masks melted, pretenses vanished. What remained was raw, real, and refined, painful though it was. The fire has given you authenticity. You no longer need to pretend. You no longer need to strive for the approval of those who cannot see your worth. The fire has revealed the true strength within you. Picture clay. in the hands of a potter, soft and pliable. It can be shaped, but it cannot endure pressure until it has been placed in the kiln. Only after fire does the clay harden into a vessel that can hold water, carry weight, and endure time. That is you. Before the fire, you were shaped but fragile. After the fire, you became unbreakable. There is a story of a craftsman who made swords. He would heat the steel until it glowed, then hammer it, cool it, and heat it again. Each cycle of fire and hammering made the blade stronger. At last, it could cut through anything. Your trials have been those cycles. Each one has hammered strength into your soul until you became a weapon in the hands of heaven. Chosen one. You feared the fire, but now you see its fruit. You are stronger, clearer, more resilient than ever before. And though scars remain, they are not signs of destruction, they are signs of refinement. The fire also carried revelation. In flames, illusion burned quickly. You saw who truly stood with you and who abandoned you when the heat rose. Painful as it was, that clarity was a gift. Better to know the truth in fire than to live long deceived in comfort. And now, when fire comes again, as it surely will, you will not tremble as before. You know its nature, you know its limits, and most of all, you know you are not alone in it. Chosen one. The fire is not your enemy. It is your proving ground. It is the furnace where heaven shapes warriors, not weaklings. You are not fragile. You are forged. So do not despise the flames. See them for what they are, the very process that has made you unshakable. And remember, if you still feel the heat, it only means the refiner's eyes are still on you. When the fire finishes its work, you will not only survive, you will shine. Chosen one. Do not mistake the glowing embers still around your feet as a sign of ruin. They are evidence that you have walked where few dare to go. The smoke that rises from your life now is not the smoke of destruction, it is the incense of refinement. Heaven smells it and calls it holy. When a refiner watches silver in the fire, he knows it is ready only when he can see his reflection in the metal. That is what has been happening in you. The flames have burned away the distractions, the idols, the fears. Until now, when heaven looks into your life, it sees the reflection of Christ more clearly than ever before. Chosen one. The glow you carry is not artificial. It does not come from borrowed light or fleeting applause. It comes from the furnace. From nights when you thought you would not survive. From mornings when you rose again, despite the ashes still on your skin. That glow terrifies darkness, because it cannot be faked. It is proof that you have been through the fire and endured. Picture gold, freshly refined. It gleams with purity, drawing eyes to its beauty. Yet its true worth is not in appearance, it is in strength. Refined gold does not crumble under pressure, and neither will you. What once fractured your heart cannot fracture you now, for the fire has made you whole. Chosen one. Your emergence from fire is not quiet, it is prophetic. It declares to every force of darkness, this one cannot be broken. This one has been tested and remains unshaken. This one carries the mark of fire, but also the glory of endurance. And soon, those who doubted you will see. They will witness the gold of your spirit, the brilliance of your faith, the resilience of your heart. They will ask how you survived. And your answer will be simple. The fire refined me, but it did not consume me. Chosen one. Walk forward now. The season of flames has done its work. Step out shining. Step out glowing. Step out carrying the reflection of the refiner himself. For you are no longer just surviving, you are radiant. Chosen one. The fire has refined you. The storms have shaped you. And the waiting has carved patience into your bones. But now heaven calls you to declare alignment, to put words and signs to what has already been written in your spirit. This is not about superstition, it is about testimony. It is about declaring with your voice and your action that you know who you are and where you are going. You see, numbers in Scripture often carry prophetic weight. They are not random. They echo patterns of creation, cycles of grace, and seasons of promise. And for you, in this moment, the number is 7,777. Not once, not twice, not thrice, but 4 times perfection, 4 times completion, 4 times divine order. It is the seal that says, your trials have not been in vain. Your losses have not been wasted. What you endured has aligned you with heaven's rhythm. Think of the Israelites circling Jericho. 7 days of marching. On the 7th day, 7 times around, 7 trumpets sounded, and the walls fell. That was not chance. It was divine pattern. Obedience to heaven's number unlocked what swords could not. In the same way, your prophetic act today is a march, a trumpet, a declaration. Write 7,777 below as your Jericho shout. Your mark that walls are falling and your alignment is complete. The psalmist reminds us in the book of Psalms, chapter 37, verse 23, the steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delights in his way. Ordered steps. That is what 7,777 means. Not chaos, not stumbling, but divine order. Multiplied until your entire journey is in rhythm with heaven. Chosen one. Your life has felt like scattered pieces at times. Seasons broke apart. Relationships fractured. Dreams seem to fall in fragments. But heaven has been gathering those pieces, placing them into order. The number 7,777 is your testimony. Nothing is wasted. Every fragment has been gathered into a perfect whole. Picture a weaver at a loom. Threads of every color stretch across. Some dark, some bright, some seemingly random. But as the shuttle passes back and forth, a pattern emerges. At last, a tapestry reveals itself, one that could never have been seen when looking at a single thread. That is your story. The dark threads of loss, the bright threads of joy, the hidden threads of waiting, all woven into divine perfection. 7,777 is heaven's way of saying, the tapestry is aligned. Chosen one. When you type 7,777, you are not just joining in with numbers on a screen. You are stepping into agreement with eternity. You are saying, my steps are ordered. My battles are aligned. My destiny is sealed in divine perfection. There is a story of a man who struggled for years to understand his path. He wandered through failures, mistakes, and delays. One day, he looked back and realized every detour had brought him to the right place at the right time. What seemed random had always been ordered. That revelation transformed him. He no longer despised the delays, because he saw the perfection in the pattern. This will be your story too. Chosen one, do not fear the unknown. Heaven has already numbered your steps. Do not despise the delays. They were part of the rhythm. Do not curse the losses. They were threads in the tapestry. 7,777 is not just your number, it is your song of trust. The Apostle Paul reminds us in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 28. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. All things, not some things. All things, not just blessings. All things, not only victories. Even the tears. Even the pain. Even the silence woven into good. So, chosen one, as you write 7,777. Do it as a prophetic march, like Joshua's trumpet. Let it declare, walls are falling, like David's song. Let it proclaim, my steps are ordered, like the weaver's pattern. Let it affirm, my story is aligned. This is not a ritual, it is an act of faith. It is you taking ownership of your destiny, declaring before heaven and earth, I am not lost, I am not broken, I am aligned. And when you look back, years from now, you will see it clearly. Every storm, every fire, every night of tears, they all led here. The seal of 7,777 will mark the chapter where your life shifted from fragments to fullness, from chaos to order, from wilderness to promise. Chosen one, type it with conviction, whisper it with faith. Let your heart believe what your hands declare. 7,777 is my alignment, my order, my seal of destiny. Chosen one, the reason heaven highlights 7,777 is because 4 is the number of foundation and completeness. There are 4 corners of the earth, 4 winds of heaven, 4 seasons that turn the earth in rhythm. When the number of divine perfection 7 is multiplied by 4, it does not just signify completion. It declares that every dimension of your life is being brought into divine balance. It means your past, your present, your future, and even the places you cannot yet see are aligned. It means your heart, your mind, your soul, and your strength are coming into harmony under heaven's order. 7,777 is not one layer of perfection. It is perfection in every direction. Think of a city built on 4 pillars. If even one pillar is weak, the whole structure leans. But when all 4 stand strong, the city endures every storm. That is what 7,777 represents. Your life no longer leaning, no longer fragile, but established on 4-fold strength. Chosen one. When you write 7,777, you are declaring, every corner of my life is touched by heaven. Every season is under God's command. Every step is aligned with his rhythm. This is the promise that your story will not be lopsided, that your destiny will not collapse, but that every side of you stands secure in divine perfection. Chosen one. Sometimes the greatest battles you fight are not outside of you, but within you. The war in your mind has been fierce. Thoughts have risen like armies, one declaring hope, another declaring despair. Some mornings, faith spoke louder. Other nights, doubt screamed so strongly you almost believed it. This is the hidden battlefield, the terrain no one else can see, but where eternity is often decided. You have known the weight of intrusive whispers. You are not enough. You missed your chance. You will never rise again. They came not as shouts, but as quiet, consistent accusations, chipping at your strength. Yet you also know the counter whispers. You are chosen. You are forgiven. You are not forsaken. Back and forth the battle has raged. But take courage. The fact that you are still here is proof that light is winning. The Apostle Paul wrote in the book of Romans, chapter 12, verse 2, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Then you will be able to test and approve what God's will is, his good, pleasing, and perfect will." Transformation begins in the mind. Renewal breaks the chains of destructive thoughts and replaces them with truth. Chosen one. Your enemy has always targeted your thoughts because he knows if he can control the mind, he can derail destiny. He cannot strip away your anointing, but he tries to blind you to it. He cannot steal your crown, but he can try to convince you it never existed. That is why the battlefield of your thoughts has been so brutal. Imagine a fortress under siege. The enemy does not need to tear down the walls if he can convince those inside to open the gate. In the same way, your thoughts are gates. Lies knock, demanding entry. Truth also knocks, waiting to be chosen. Each choice is a battle. Each acceptance of truth is a victory. There is a story of a young man plagued by thoughts of failure. Every mistake replayed in his mind until shame consumed him. One day, he chose to write down every lie he believed, and, next to it, a truth from Scripture. Slowly, the lies lost power. He realized the voice he had listened to for years was not the voice of God. The battlefield turned, and his destiny shifted. Chosen one. You too are learning to replace lies with truth. It is not instant, and some days feel harder than others. But every time you choose truth, even in weakness, you win ground. You are training your mind to be a sanctuary, not a battlefield. The writings in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 10, verse 5, say, "We demolish arguments and every pretension that sets itself up against the knowledge of God, and we take captive every thought to make it obedient to Christ." Taking thoughts captive is not passive, it is warfare. It means confronting lies the moment they rise, binding them, and replacing them with the Word. Think of a gardener tending a field. Weeds sprout quickly, choking life if left unchecked. The gardener pulls them out daily, replacing the soil with good seed. That is how your mind must be tended. Lies are weeds, truth is seed. One must be uprooted, the other planted. Chosen one. Your greatest breakthroughs will not come when every external circumstance changes, but when your mind is fully renewed. Peace is not the absence of storms, it is the presence of a sound mind in the middle of storms. When the battle in your thoughts is won, no storm outside can overthrow you. And remember, renewal is a process. You may stumble, lies may sneak back in, but every step of awareness is victory. Every act of replacing despair with hope is progress. Heaven is not measuring your pace, but your persistence. Imagine a warrior sharpening a sword daily. The blade grows keener with every pass against the stone. In time, it becomes sharp enough to cut through any obstacle. Your mind is that blade. Each day of truth, each declaration of promise, each rejection of lies is sharpening you for the battles ahead. Chosen one, the war in your thoughts has been exhausting, but it has also made you resilient. You have learned to recognize the enemy's tactics. You have learned to discern the difference between truth and deception. And now, you are becoming unshakable. Lift your head, for the battlefield is shifting. The strongholds that once bound you are breaking. The thoughts that once crushed you are losing power. And soon, you will not just survive your mind, you will master it. Chosen one. You are proof that the fiercest war can be won in silence, in the unseen, in the daily choice to believe truth over lies. And one day, your testimony will inspire others trapped in their own minds to believe that freedom is possible. The war in your mind is not your end. It is the training ground for your victory. Chosen one. Think of your mind as a river. A river can carry life-fresh water for fields, nourishment for people, a path for boats to travel. But the same river, if polluted, can spread poison far and wide. For too long, lies tried to poison your river. Every accusation was like toxic waste. Every fear like oil on the water's surface. Every memory of failure like debris thrown in. At times, you even drank from it and wondered why your spirit felt sick. But when truth enters, it purifies. It is like fresh rain from heaven, washing away the poison, cleansing the current, restoring clarity. What once was murky becomes clear again. What once spread death begins to spread life. Chosen one. This is what is happening in you now. The river of your mind is being cleansed. Soon, it will not only sustain you, but refresh others. Those who drink from your words will taste life, because your stream has been purified by truth. Chosen one. The battles in your mind, the storms you endured, and the fire you survived have brought you to this moment. You stand like a traveler who has walked through valleys, climbed mountains, and crossed rivers. Your feet are scarred. Your hands bear marks of labor. But your eyes carry a light that can only come from survival. You are not at the end. You are at a turning point. A place where your testimony becomes a beacon for others. Think of your life as a book. Every chapter has been written with sweat and tears. Some pages are smudged with grief, others stained with joy. Yet the author of your story never once put down the pen, even when you thought the ink had dried. Heaven kept writing. And now, as this chapter unfolds, the story is not just for you, it is for those who will read it. Those who will find hope because you chose not to quit. The Apostle Paul reminds us in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 1, verse 4. He comforts us in all our troubles so that we can comfort others when they are troubled. We will be able to give them the same comfort God has given us. Your comfort is not meant to end with you. It is meant to flow through you. What you survived was not just survival, it was preparation to comfort, inspire, and guide others. Chosen one. This is where your response matters, because your voice carries weight. Your action leaves an imprint, and when you join this message with your own choice, you add another layer to the testimony. Press like as though you were placing a lantern in the window of your house, a signal for weary travelers that light still burns here, that hope is alive, that someone waits to welcome them home. Share this message as though you were planting seeds across fields you may never walk. Some will grow into trees long after you are gone, and others will bear fruit in seasons you will never see. Sharing is not about you, it is about the harvest waiting for someone else. Leave a comment as though you were carving your name into a stone along the path, leaving a mark that says, "I was here, I survived, and this road continues." Your words will stand as testimony for those who come after you. Subscribe as though you were building a well in the desert. A single drink of water might quench thirst for a moment, but a well becomes a source of life for generations. Subscription is your way of digging deep, ensuring that you will return again and again to draw from living water. Chosen one. Do you see? These are not obligations but invitations. Not pressure, but possibility. You are free to respond. And in your response, you build light, plant seeds, carve testimony, and dig wells. Chosen one. Imagine for a moment what happens when lanterns begin to appear, one by one, across a darkened land. At first, the night seems endless, but then a light flickers here, another there, until the horizon glows with a constellation of earthly stars. That is what happens every time you respond. Your light may look small in your own eyes, but joined with others, it becomes a map for lost souls searching for home. Now, picture the fields. Seeds fall into the soil, unseen, uncelebrated. Days, weeks, even months pass before anything breaks the surface. Yet beneath the earth, life stirs. Roots die deep, stems push upward, and suddenly, green bursts forth where once there was only emptiness. Every share is a seed. Some will bloom in your lifetime, and some will become shade for generations you may never meet. And then there are the stones. Travelers pass by ancient paths where names have been carved long before. Those inscriptions tell a story. Someone came this way. Someone survived this climb. Someone left a mark for me to see. When you comment, you are not just typing words, you are engraving testimony into the path. One day, someone broken may stumble across your mark and whisper, "If they stood here, maybe I can too." Finally, the wells. The desert is merciless, offering only heat and thirst. But a single well changes everything. It becomes a gathering place, a source of life, a reason for weary souls to keep walking. When you subscribe, you are digging deep into a well that will refresh you again and again. But more than that, you are helping to keep water available for anyone who stumbles into this desert of despair. Chosen one. This is how you transform from survivor to sustainer. You are no longer just someone who endures storms. You are someone who builds safe places in the storm for others. No longer just someone who survives the desert. You are someone who leaves wells behind. No longer just someone who walks the narrow path. You are someone who leaves stones of testimony for others to follow. This is legacy. Legacy is not just what you achieve for yourself, it is what remains for others after you are gone. Legacy is lanterns that still glow, seeds that still grow, stones that still speak, and wells that still flow. And heaven smiles on this, because this is the way of chosen ones. They are not content to escape darkness, they insist on leaving light behind. They are not content to find water, they insist on digging for others. They are not content to walk the road, they insist on carving testimony into the stones. Chosen one. This is your calling. To be more than a survivor. To be a builder. Uplanter. A writer of testimony. A digger of wells. To let every act, even something as simple as pressing like, sharing truth, leaving words, or subscribing to stay, become part of a greater tapestry of legacy. So lift your eyes again. The night may feel long, but the lanterns are multiplying. The fields may seem barren, but the seeds are sprouting. The road may feel lonely, but the stones are marked with names. The desert may look endless, but the wells are overflowing. And in the middle of it all, you stand, not just as one who survived, but as one who chose to leave light, fruit, testimony, and water for the next generation of chosen ones. Chosen one. When you look back, you realize your life has been filled with hidden crossings, times when you stepped from one season into another without even knowing it. At first, it felt like loss, like the end of everything familiar. But with time, you saw it was transition, a bridge carrying you from the place of survival to the place of promise. Transitions are rarely gentle. They shake foundations, break routines, and unsettle hearts. They strip away what once felt secure, leaving you uncertain. Yet transitions are also sacred. They are proof that heaven has not left you stagnant, that your story is still unfolding, that your purpose is still alive. Think of Israel standing at the edge of the Jordan River. Behind them was the wilderness. Ahead of them was the promised land. The crossing was not optional. It was necessary. They had to leave behind manna to embrace harvest, tents to embrace cities, wandering to embrace inheritance. Transitions always require surrender. The book of Joshua, chapter 3, verse 5. Declaris, consecrate yourselves, for tomorrow the Lord will do amazing things among you. Consecration is the posture of transition. It is the willingness to let go of what was, to cleanse the heart, and to prepare for what will be. Chosen one. That is what you have been doing, often without realizing it. Your tears, your prayers, your letting go, these were acts of consecration. Imagine a traveler carrying bags filled with old clothes. As they approach a border, they are told they cannot bring everything across. At first, they resist. But then, when they release the heavy bags, they find their steps light and their journey easier. That is transition. The border of promise never allows you to carry excess weight. Chosen one. Your transitions have been painful, but they have also been prophetic. They signaled that you were moving, not stuck, that heaven had not abandoned you, but was ushering you forward. Every closed door was a crossing. Every ending was a bridge. Every loss was a passport stamped for a new season. You may have felt confused, even betrayed by heaven. But when you look back, you will see the hand of God guiding each crossing, just as the Ark of the Covenant stood in the middle of the Jordan until the people passed through. His presence has stood in your transition, ensuring you were never swept away. There is a story of a woman who lost her job unexpectedly. For months, she grieved the stability she thought she had. Yet, in time, she realized that the loss pushed her into a calling she would have never embraced otherwise. What felt like rejection was redirection. What felt like an end was actually a beginning. That is what transition often feels like in the moment, but hindsight reveals the truth. Chosen one. Transition require courage. The wilderness may have been hard, but at least it was familiar. The promised land is glorious, but it is also unknown. Crossing into it means leaving behind comfort for calling, familiarity for faith. This is why many hesitate at the banks of their Jordan. But you are not among those who shrink back. You are one of the few who step forward. The writings in the book of Hebrews, chapter 10, verse 39, remind us, "But we do not belong to those who shrink back and are destroyed, but to those who have faith and are saved." Your crossing is proof of faith. Even when you trembled, you stepped. Even when you feared, you moved. That is courage, obedience in the face of uncertainty. Now, I invite you to mark this transition with a simple act of agreement. Right below, "I step forward." Just 3 words, but they carry the weight of your destiny. They declare that you are no longer clinging to what was, but embracing what is coming. When you type it, you are not just filling space on a screen, you are consecrating your heart. You are saying, "I will not stay in the wilderness. I will not cling to what is gone. I step forward into my inheritance." Think of it as placing your foot in the Jordan. The waters will not part until you step, but once you do, heaven moves. Your declaration today is your foot in the water, your act of faith that will shift rivers and open the path. Chosen one, do not underestimate the power of this. 3 words can echo louder than 1,000 doubts. 3 words can silence the voice of fear. 3 words can signal to heaven and earth alike that you are ready, and when you step forward, the past will lose its grip. The wilderness will remain behind you. The Jordan will close over what tried to chase you. And ahead of you, cities you did not build and vineyards you did not plant will be waiting. Chosen one, this is your crossing. Do not shrink back. Do not hesitate. Do not let fear speak louder than promise. Lift your head. Set your eyes on the horizon and declare it, "I step forward." Because this moment is not just about you. Your crossing will make a way for others, just as Israel's children walked through on dry ground because their parents stepped first. Your obedience will open a path for those who follow. Chosen one, transitions are never easy, but they are always worth it. And this one, this crossing, this surrender, this step will mark the beginning of a season where promises unfold, inheritance manifests, and destiny is fulfilled. Chosen one. Once you cross into a new season, the landscape changes. What once was barren begins to bloom. What once felt endless with wandering begins to show pathways leading to promise. Yet, stepping into new ground does not mean instant ease. The promised land is not only filled with blessings, it is also filled with battles. This truth is hard to accept. Many think that reaching the other side means rest without responsibility, glory without struggle. But the inheritance of God always carries weight. Land is given, but it must be cultivated. Promise is received, but it must be stewarded. Destiny is bestowed, but it must be fought for. Think of Israel again. After crossing the Jordan, the land was theirs. Yet giants still stood in it. Cities still needed to be conquered. The walls of Jericho loomed high and strong, but the presence that parted the river also toppled the walls. The same God who carried them through transition equipped them for possession. The book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 9, declares, "Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." Possession requires courage. You do not just inherit promises. You rise into them with strength and faith. Chosen one, you have already proven your endurance in storms, fire, and wilderness. Now heaven calls you to prove your courage in promise. Do not be surprised when resistance rises. It is confirmation that the land is valuable. No enemy fights for barren ground. The very opposition you face is evidence that what lies before you is worth possessing. Imagine a vineyard heavy with fruit. The owner walks into the field, basket in hand, only to find thorn bushes guarding the grapes. Does he turn back? No. He presses through, because the sweetness of the harvest outweighs the sting of the thorns. That is you. The inheritance may be surrounded by obstacles, but the fruit is too precious to abandon. There is a story of a woman who longed to open a shelter for those in need. She prayed, planned, and finally stepped into her calling. Almost immediately, resistance arose, permits delayed, finances tightened. Critics spoke. She wept, wondering if she had made a mistake. Yet, as she pressed through, the doors opened, the shelter thrived, and countless lives were saved. The resistance had not been a sign of failure. It was proof of the value of her mission. Chosen one. The same will be true for you. Resistance is not rejection, it is refinement. It trains your hands for battle and your heart for trust. Think of David before Goliath. His anointing was real, long before the giant appeared. But it was the battle that revealed his strength. Your giants are not roadblocks, they are stages. Without them, the glory within you would remain hidden. The writings in the book of Psalms, chapter 18, verse 34, remind us, "He trains my hands for battle. My arms can bend a bow of bronze." Your battles are not accidents, they are training. They prepare you to carry the weight of destiny without collapse. Chosen one. Do not shrink back from this. Do not long for the wilderness again, thinking it was easier. Yes, it was simpler, but it was also smaller. The land of promise is vast. It carries abundance, but it also demands courage. Picture a key placed in your hand. It fits the lock of a great door, but the door is heavy. You must push with strength to open it. The key gives authority, but your hands must still exert effort. That is the promised land. It is unlocked by grace, but opened by courage. And yet, do not fear. The same presence that sustained you in wilderness is with you in warfare. The same God who parted waters will flatten walls. You are not sent to fight alone. You are sent to fight with Him. Chosen one. This season is not about survival. It is about possession. It is about claiming what has always been yours. Standing on ground heaven promised, and declaring, "This belongs to me because my Father has given it." There is beauty in this too, because once you begin to possess, you discover joy beyond measure. You taste fruit you did not plant. You drink from wells you did not dig. You rest under trees you did not grow. All because heaven delights in giving His chosen ones inheritance. But even more, your possession becomes a testimony. Others see your courage, your battles, your victories, and they realize, if God did it for you, He can do it for them. Your land is not just your blessing, it is your witness. Chosen one, the call is clear. Rise in courage, walk in faith, and claim your inheritance. Do not be intimidated by giants, discouraged by walls, or shaken by resistance. These are not signs to turn back. They are signs you are exactly where you are meant to be. And when the battles come, and they will remember this, you were not chosen for ease. You were chosen for victory. You were not placed in promise to retreat. You were placed to conquer. You were not called to watch others inherit. You were called to walk boldly into your own. So lift your head, steady your hands, and step into the land. Giants will fall, walls will crumble, and your testimony will rise as a beacon of what it means to be God's chosen one walking in destiny. Chosen one. Stepping into the land of promise reveals something many do not expect. It is not only about what you inherit, but about who you become while inheriting it. The land is not just a gift, it is a mirror. It reflects your preparation, your faith, and your obedience. For years, you longed for this place. You prayed, wept, and endured trials for it. And now, standing in it, you begin to understand the land was never the ultimate prize. The real treasure is the transformation within you. The promise was not only external, it was internal, shaping you into one who could carry the weight of blessing without being crushed by it. Think of Solomon when he first sat on the throne. He did not ask for wealth, victory, or long life. Instead, he asked for wisdom to steward what was given. That prayer reveals the truth of inheritance. Blessings without wisdom are dangerous. But wisdom turns blessings into legacy. The writings in the book of Proverbs, chapter 4, verse 7, declare, "Wisdom is the principal thing, therefore get wisdom, and with all thy getting get understanding." Possession requires wisdom. Without it, the land can be squandered. With it, the land becomes fruitful for generations. Chosen one, wisdom has been carved into you through your wilderness, storms, and fire. That is why you are ready now. You have learned discernment when doors close, patience when promises delay, faith when fear shouts. These lessons are your wisdom, and they are what will sustain you in this new season. Imagine a farmer entering a fertile valley. The soil is rich, the potential enormous. Yet, if he plants recklessly, without care for seasons, without understanding the land, he risks ruining the harvest. But if he listens to the rhythms of rain and sun, if he works with diligence and timing, the valley will yield beyond imagination. That is what wisdom does, it multiplies. Blessing. There is a story of a man who inherited wealth overnight. Lacking wisdom, he squandered it, surrounding himself with flatterers, indulging in pleasures, ignoring counsel. In a few short years, the inheritance was gone, leaving him emptier than before. Another man, with far less, took his little and stewarded it with wisdom, building businesses, blessing others, leaving a legacy his children could carry forward. The difference was not the amount inherited, but the wisdom applied. Chosen one, your inheritance will not be squandered because wisdom has been burned into your spirit. You know the pain of loss, so you value what you gain. You know the weight of waiting, so you will not rush prematurely. You know the scars of storms, so you will build with foundations deep. The Book of James, chapter 1, verse 5, gives this assurance: if any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to you. Wisdom is not a limited resource. It flows freely from heaven to those who ask. And you, chosen one, have asked in your prayers, your tears, your seeking. Heaven has answered. Your inheritance will stretch far, but wisdom will teach you boundaries. Your blessings will overflow, but wisdom will teach you stewardship. Your influence will grow, but wisdom will teach you humility. For what good is land if pride destroys it? What good is abundance if waste consumes it? What good is destiny if foolishness corrupts it? Chosen one, your journey has already proven you are not reckless. Every scar is proof of discipline. Every trial, proof of endurance. Every delay, proof of humility. And now, as you walk the land, wisdom will be the crown upon your head. Picture a crown studded with jewels. Each gem shines differently, one for patience, one for discernment, one for faith, one for endurance. This crown is not given lightly. It is forged in the furnace of life and placed only upon those who can bear its weight. That crown is yours. Wisdom is your crown. There is beauty here too. Wisdom not only sustains you, it blesses others. People will look to your life as guidance. They will seek your words for direction, your story for courage, your faith for inspiration. Your inheritance becomes a shelter for others, a tree whose branches offer shade, a well whose waters refresh weary souls. Chosen one, your land is not only for you, it is for generations after you. It is for strangers who will taste its fruit and marvel at the faith that planted it. It is for nations who will hear your testimony and find hope in it. That is the power of wisdom, turning private inheritance into public blessing. Do not despise the weight of responsibility that comes with it. It is not a burden, it is an honor. The fact that heaven entrusted this to you is proof of your growth. What once would have crushed you will now strengthen you. What once overwhelmed you will now overflow through you. Lift your eyes. Chosen one, see the land not only as soil and fruit, but as sacred ground for wisdom to grow. Every step you take is not only possession, it is stewardship. Every decision you make is not only survival, it is legacy. And when future generations walk this land, they will bless your name. Not because of the abundance alone, but because of the wisdom that preserved it. They will know that you were not just a recipient of promise, you were a steward of destiny. Chosen one. Let wisdom guide your steps. Let discernment guard your heart. Let understanding shape your choices. For this is the way of those truly chosen, not just to inherit, but to preserve, to multiply, and to leave a legacy that never dies. Chosen one. Wear this crown boldly. It is not fashioned from earthly gold, but from the very lessons that shaped you. Each jewel gleams with fire-tested strength. Each facet reflects the patience that carried you through nights of silence. When you walk, the crown is unseen by many, but heaven recognizes it. The hosts of angels see it and rejoice. For you are not only crowned to shine, you are crowned to guide. Let wisdom rest upon you, and let every step you take echo eternity's light. Chosen one, when wisdom crowns you and the land of inheritance stretches before your feet. Heaven does not leave you to walk without direction. There is alignment, a rhythm, a harmony in the unseen. And today, that alignment is sealed in the prophetic number 222, not chaos, not confusion. 222 is a sign of confirmation, agreement, and divine order. It speaks of God's whisper saying, yes, you are on the right path. Yes, the promise is unfolding. Yes, heaven's hand is guiding you. Think of the strength of two walking together. One may fall, but the other lifts them. Alone, a flame flickers, but together, flames burn stronger. When doubled again and again, it becomes a bond unbroken. That is the heart of 222 agreement multiplied, confirmation established, harmony that cannot be undone. The prophet Amos writes in chapter 3, verse 3, "Do two walk together unless they have agreed to do so?" Agreement is power. Agreement is direction. Agreement is stability. And 222 is heaven's way of saying, you are walking in agreement with me. You are not out of rhythm. You are in step with destiny. Chosen one. There were times when you felt uncertain, doubting every step. You wondered if you had strayed too far, missed too much, lost your way. But heaven whispers through this number, no, you are aligned. No, you are not lost. No, your steps are in sync with mine. Imagine a musician tuning an instrument. At first, the strings sound discordant, harsh, unsettled, but slowly, each note is adjusted until the sound becomes pure, harmonious, beautiful. That is what heaven has done with your life, tuning you, aligning you, bringing every area into agreement. Chosen one. I invite you to mark this moment with a declaration. Write "Matai Maslim Vishtaim" below, not as empty digits, but as a prophetic act. It is your way of saying, I agree with heaven. I walk in step with God. My life is aligned with His will. Picture it as signing your name on a covenant. Picture it as planting 3 pillars in the ground, each one a yes, echoing your agreement with God's plan. This is what 222 symbolizes. Threefold confirmation that your journey is not drifting, but divinely directed. So let it be your mark today. Type it with faith. Speak it with conviction. Believe it with all your heart. 222. My life is aligned. My steps are secure. My agreement with heaven is sealed. Chosen one. Pause for a moment and let the weight of this number sink into your spirit. 222 is not a casual sign. It is a seal, a witness, and a covenant. It carries the sound of 3 voices rising together in harmony. Heaven's voice, your own voice, and the voice of destiny itself. The first voice is God's voice. He has spoken promises over you since before you were born. Even in your lowest seasons, His whisper echoed through the chaos. I have called you. I have chosen you. I will not abandon you. Sometimes you doubted. Sometimes you fought to believe. But His voice never stopped speaking. 222 is heaven's way of saying His voice has not changed. His yes over you is still alive, still powerful, still unbroken. The second voice is your voice. For years, Your prayers rose with trembling. Some nights, your faith felt too weak to speak, yet your voice mattered, every whispered yes in the dark, every tear that carried a wordless prayer, every moment you refused to quit. Those were your agreements with God. They were not wasted. They became pillars of covenant. 222 is the reminder that your voice did not disappear into silence. It has joined heaven's song, forming harmony instead of loneliness. The third voice is the voice of destiny. Destiny is not passive. It waits. Yes, but it also responds. Every step you take toward obedience stirs destiny to answer. Every act of faith awakens doors that were once closed. Destiny has been echoing heaven's call, saying, "The appointed time is near. The appointed place is ready. The chosen one is aligned." Oh, when these three voices, God's, yours, and destiny's rise together, the agreement becomes unshakable. This is the essence of 222. It is not merely repetition, it is confirmation on three levels. It is heaven saying yes, you saying yes, and destiny saying yes. Threefold alignment. Impossible to undo. Think of a cord made of three strands. A single strand breaks easily. 2 strands are longer. But under great pressure, they may still snap. 3 strands woven together, however, form a cord nearly impossible to tear apart. 222 is that cord, God, you, and destiny woven together, forming strength that cannot be broken by storm, fire, or delay. Chosen one. Reflect on this. There were times when you felt one strand was missing, when you could not hear God's voice clearly, or when your own faith wavered, or when destiny seemed silent. Yet 222 declares that the strands have been woven back together. What once felt separate is now united. What once felt fragile is now fortified. When you type 222, you are not just repeating a number, you are agreeing with this threefold covenant. You are saying, I hear God's voice and believe it. I raise my own voice in response. I align with the voice of destiny, calling me forward. Picture yourself standing in a courtroom. The judge speaks, declaring a verdict. You rise and respond with affirmation. Then the court clerk records it in the book. 3 voices. 3 agreements. 1 final binding decree. That is what happens in the Spirit when you declare 222, chosen one. This is why the enemy fought your agreement so fiercely. If he could silence your voice with despair, he could try to break the cord. If he could make you doubt God's voice, he could try to loosen the strand. If he could cloud your vision of destiny, he could try to weaken the third part. But he failed. You are still here, and the cord is intact. And now, heaven wants you to see 222 not just as confirmation, but as empowerment. It means you do not walk alone. It means your choices matter. It means destiny responds when you align. It means that the harmony of heaven and earth has chosen you as its instrument. So, write it boldly. Whisper it with conviction. Let it echo in your heart. Every time doubt rises, 222, I am aligned. I am confirmed. I am in agreement with God, myself, and my destiny. And when you walk forward with this seal, doors will open that no man can shut. For a life sealed with threefold agreement is unstoppable. Chosen one. Your journey has been marked by fire, storm, wilderness, and waiting. Yet through it all, you have emerged with a light that refuses to go out. You carry something now that the world desperately needs, the testimony of one who has endured and still stands. But the light you hold is not meant to remain hidden, it is meant to shine, to multiply, to ignite flames in others. Imagine a single spark in a vast field, alone. It flickers weakly against the darkness, but if that spark touches dry grass, it becomes flame. If it spreads further, it becomes fire. Soon the whole field glows with heat and light, impossible to contain. That is what happens when your story touches others. Your spark can become a wildfire of hope. The Gospel of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 16, declares, "Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven." This light was never meant to be hoarded. It was always meant to be seen, to inspire, to draw eyes upward toward the one who gave it. Chosen one. This is why I invite you now, not out of obligation, but out of opportunity, to let your spark spread. Because when you act, the flame multiplies. Press like as though you were striking flint against stone, sending sparks into the night. Each spark may seem small, but together they ignite torches that others can carry. Share this message as though you were releasing birds from a cage. Letting them fly across skies, you will never cross yourself. Somewhere, one will land on a weary soul's shoulder, reminding them that freedom is possible. Subscribe as though you were planting an orchard in barren ground. A single seed becomes a tree. A tree becomes shade, fruit, and rest for generations to come. Subscription is your way of saying, I choose to remain in the flow of living words, so that my spirit never goes hungry again. These invitations are not commands. They are metaphors, windows into what your small actions can mean in the grand design. To heaven. Pressing like is not casual, it is testimony. Sharing is not just clicking, it is sowing. Subscribing is not convenience, it is planting roots. There is a story of a fisherman who cast a net into the sea. At first, he pulled up nothing, but he cast again, and fish began to fill his boat. Soon, the boat overflowed, and others came to share in the catch. That is what happens when you engage with what heaven is doing. The net expands, the harvest multiplies, and those who are hungry find food. Chosen one. Perhaps you wonder if your one act matters, but remember, the greatest rivers are fed by countless drops. The tallest mountains are built from countless stones. The strongest fires are born from countless sparks. Your single act joins a multitude, and together they become something unstoppable. Picture a tapestry being woven. Threads of gold, silver, crimson, and blue cross over one another, creating beauty no single strand could achieve alone. Every like, share, and subscription is a thread. Together, they form a tapestry of testimony that heaven displays to the world, proof that chosen ones are rising. Chosen one. You are not just a receiver of light, you are a multiplier of light. You are not just a survivor, you are a spreader of survival. Your spark matters. Your action matters. Your testimony matters. And one day, when someone's life is saved because a message reached them at the right moment, you will know My small act was part of their rescue. You may never meet them, but heaven will show you the ripple. So let your spark spread. Strike the flint. Open the cage. Plant the orchard. Cast the net. Weave the thread. For these metaphors are not just poetic, they are prophetic. They reveal what heaven does with even the smallest acts of faith. Chosen one, lift your head and see. You are part of something larger. This family of light is growing, not because of one voice, but because chosen ones like you choose to act. Together, sparks become fire, seeds become orchards, and threads become a tapestry of hope the world cannot ignore. So choose freely, choose joyfully, choose to let your light multiply. And as you do, watch how heaven takes your little and turns it into much. Chosen one, picture this family of light. It stretches beyond borders, beyond languages, beyond faces you will ever see. One spark here becomes a torch there, and suddenly the world begins to glow with countless flames. Each person adds their small act, and together it becomes a fire no darkness can smother. This is what you are part of, not just an audience, but a living constellation of chosen ones. Each like, each share, each subscription is another star ignited in the night sky. And as the stars multiply, the darkness fades. You were never meant to shine alone. You were always destined to shine together. Chosen one. Every journey of faith carries moments of silence, times when heaven feels quiet, when prayers seem unanswered, when your heart aches to hear something more than echoes of your own longing. These are not signs of abandonment, they are seasons of trust. Silence is not absence. Silence is presence in disguise, shaping your spirit to listen more deeply. You have walked through those seasons, haven't you? Nights when you cried out for direction, but the only reply was stillness. Days when you begged for clarity, but the horizon remained fogged. And yet, even in those moments, heaven was near, closer than your breath. The silence was never empty. It was sacred. Think of Elijah on the mountain. The wind tore through. The earthquake shook. The fire blazed, but the Lord was not in them. Then came a gentle whisper, soft yet undeniable. That whisper carried more weight than the storm. Chosen one. You have learned to find God not only in the thunder, but in the quiet. The book of Psalms, chapter 46, verse 10, declares, "Be still and know that I am God." Stillness is not weakness, it is confidence. It is faith that does not need noise to be secure. Faith that trusts even when explanations are withheld. Imagine a child holding a parent's hand while walking in the dark. The parent may not speak every moment, but the grip of the hand is enough to guide the child safely forward. That is you. You may not always hear words, but you have always felt the grip. Heaven has never let go. There is a story of a woman who prayed for years for breakthrough. She confessed that in the silence, she almost gave up. But then she realized silence had been training her ears. She could now discern God's whisper in ways she never could before. When her breakthrough came, she recognized his voice immediately, because silence had sharpened her hearing. Chosen one. Silence is not punishment, it is preparation. It trains you to recognize the whisper, to discern the subtle, to hear beyond the noise of the world. The silence you endured has made you strong enough to stand when others fall, calm enough to walk steadily when others panic. And now, I invite you to mark your agreement with this truth. Right below, led by whisper, just 3 words. But they carry power. They declare that you are not afraid of silence. They affirm that you trust the whisper. They testify that you have learned the secret of stillness. God's guidance does not need thunder. His whisper is enough. When you type it, you are not merely writing, you are proclaiming. You are saying, I will not despise silence. I will embrace it as training. I will walk confidently because I am led, not by noise, but by whisper. Picture a traveler in a desert at night. The wind howls, the stars shine faintly, and the path seems uncertain. Then comes a whisper, not loud, not forceful, but steady, directing the next step. That whisper guides the traveler safely through what should have been endless wandering. That is you. When you write, led by whisper, you are choosing to walk in that same trust. Chosen one. This is not a small act. It is a declaration that you are not like the world, panicking when heaven is quiet. You are different. You are chosen. You understand that silence is not neglect, but intimacy. Not distance, but closeness in a deeper way. Think of seeds buried in soil. For months, nothing appears above ground. The farmer could assume nothing is happening. Yet beneath the soil, roots spread. Foundations are laid. Growth begins. Silence is the soil where your destiny's roots grew deep. You may not have seen it, but now the growth is undeniable. Chosen one. Hold this truth close. Silence never wasted you. It watered you. Stillness never ignored you. It strengthened you. The whisper you now hear is proof. So, let the world chase noise. Let others crave thunder. But you will remain steady in the stillness, because you know that God is not only the God of fire and storm, but also the God of silence. Lift your eyes and rest. Chosen one, silence has not weakened you, it has anchored you. And now, you walk not by sight, not even always by sound, but by faith. And that faith will carry you farther than words ever could. Chosen one. Think of that desert again. The silence feels endless. The sand stretches beyond sight, and each step seems heavier than the last. Many would give up, convinced they are lost. But you are different, because you are not led by sight, not driven by noise, but guided by whisper. That whisper is like a compass hidden within your soul. It does not shout directions, yet it always points true, north. Even when storms of sand obscure the horizon, even when the night sky offers no clarity, the compass of God's whisper quietly aligns you with destiny. Others may laugh, saying, whispers cannot be trusted in a desert. They may rely on maps that crumble, stars that vanish behind clouds, or torches that burn out in the wind. But you carry something greater. You carry the voice that never lies, never fardis, never misleads. And here is the mystery. The desert itself begins to change when you follow the whisper. What once looked barren becomes the very path that leads to streams. What once felt endless becomes a corridor guiding you to promise. The desert was never meant to destroy you. It was meant to teach you trust. So walk boldly. The whisper is enough. The desert cannot confuse you. The silence cannot defeat you. For every step you take under the guidance of that whisper, is a step closer to the land prepared for you since before time began. Chosen one. The whisper is leading, and you are following well. Chosen one. The desert taught you trust, but the mountains will teach you vision. You see, deserts strip you down until you learn to depend on whispers, while mountains lift you up until you learn to see from heaven's perspective. One season humbles, the other elevates. Both are sacred. You have walked valleys where shadows pressed heavy against your soul. You have wandered wilderness where silence seemed like abandonment. Yet now, heaven begins to lead you upward, not because the valleys were useless, but because their lessons prepared you for higher ground. Imagine climbing a mountain path. The air grows thinner with every step, the road narrower, the climb steeper. At times you pause, chest heaving, wondering if you can go on. Yet with each upward stride, the horizon stretches wider, the view expands, and suddenly you see what could never be seen from the valley floor. That is what heaven is doing with you. The climb may be painful, but the vision waiting at the summit is worth every ounce of strain. The writings in the book of Isaiah, chapter 2, verse 3, declare, come, let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the temple of the God of Jacob. He will teach us his ways, so that we may walk in his paths. Mountains are not just about sight, they are about revelation. Higher ground is where wisdom is taught, where clarity is unveiled, where paths hidden below become obvious. Chosen one. The reason your battles have been so fierce is because you were never called to stay in the lowlands. You were destined to ascend, and ascent always comes with resistance. The air is thin, the muscles ache, the rocks cut, but the climb produces vision. Think of Moses ascending Sinai. The people stayed below, content with distance. But Moses was called higher, alone, trembling, yet obedient. He climbed into the cloud, and there, on the mountaintop, heaven carved covenant into stone. What was invisible below became revelation above. In the same way, your climb is not meaningless. It is where heaven will etch eternal truths into your soul. There is a story of a young man who spent years confused about his purpose. Every path seemed uncertain, every direction clouded. Then, during a season of solitude, he climbed an actual mountain. At the summit, overlooking valleys and rivers, something shifted. He realized his vision had always been too small, his perspective too limited. From above, the pieces fit together. The climb gave him clarity. That is what spiritual mountains do. They give perspective impossible to see from below. Chosen one. Your climb is not just about what you will see. It is also about who you will become. Because mountains test endurance. They demand perseverance. They strip away what is unnecessary. You cannot climb carrying everything. You must lighten your load. And in doing so, you discover freedom. Picture a climber shedding here piece by piece. Heavy bags left behind. Excess stripped away. Until only what is essential remains. That is you. Heaven has been peeling away burdens you thought you needed but was slowing you down. On higher ground, only the essential survives: faith, endurance, trust. And when you reach the summit, everything shifts. The valleys that once terrified you look smaller from above. The storms that once overwhelmed you appear like passing clouds beneath your feet. The climb does not change the valley, but it changes how you see it. Perspective is the real prize of mountains. The Apostle Paul reminds us in the letter to the Colossians, chapter 3, verse 2, "Set your minds on things above, not on earthly things." This is the call of mountains, to lift your gaze from temporary chaos to eternal clarity, to see beyond the pain of the present into the purpose of the future. Chosen one. This is why heaven has called you upward, not to escape the world, but to see it rightly, not to avoid the valley, but to understand it from above. Because once you see from the summit, you can return to the valley carrying vision, guiding others with clarity they cannot yet see. There is beauty in this rhythm: up the mountain for revelation, down into the valley for mission. This has always been the way of chosen ones. They ascend to hear, then descend to lead. They climb to receive vision, then return to give direction. The mountain is never the final destination. It is the place of perspective for the journey ahead. Chosen one. You may feel weary of the climb, but remember, each step is sacred. Each gasp of breath is worship. Each upward stride is testimony. The mountain is not mocking you, it is inviting you. And at the summit, you will see what you could never imagine. So press on. The path may be steep, but it is holy. The rocks may cut, but they carve character. The air may thin, but it strengthens your lungs for the altitude of destiny. And when you reach the top, the vision will take your breath away, not from exhaustion, but from awe. Lift your eyes. Chosen one, the mountain awaits, and heaven is already at the summit, waiting to unveil the view. Chosen one, never forget, the summit is not the end of your story. It is the beginning of your assignment. You ascend to see, but you descend to lead. The clarity you gain above is not meant to stay in your heart alone. It is meant to guide others still wandering in the valley. You will return carrying vision like a torch, lighting the path for those who cannot yet climb. And when they see the light, they will know you have stood where heaven meets earth, and you bring direction. Chosen one, the mountain has given you vision, but vision alone is not enough. For what you see from above must now be carried into the valley and lived out among people. Revelation becomes transformation only when it is walked out daily, step by step, choice by choice. This is where many falter. They love the summit, the awe, the grandeur, the clarity, but they resist the valley, where dust clings to their feet and the noise of life dulls the memory of the mountaintop. Yet you are not called to hoard revelation, you are called to embody it. You are chosen to live as proof that what you saw above can thrive below. Think of Moses again. After Sinai, he came down carrying tablets of covenant. His face glowed with heaven's light. But the real test was not the glow. It was whether the people would follow the commands he carried. Vision is glorious, but obedience is weighty. What matters is not the shine on your face, but the faithfulness in your steps. The book of James, chapter 1, verse 22, exhorts us, "Do not merely listen to the word, and so deceive yourselves. Do what it says." This is the dividing line between dreamers and doers, hearers and chosen ones. Revelation without application fades like mist. Revelation lived out becomes legacy. Chosen one. You may wonder how to carry vision into daily life. The answer is simpler than you think. It is in the ordinary, in your words, in your work, in your kindness, in your choices. Mountains inspire, but valleys reveal. Anyone can glow on a summit. Only the chosen can shine in a marketplace, a classroom, a home. Imagine a lantern lit on a mountaintop. Its glow is seen from afar, but its true purpose is fulfilled when carried into darkened streets where travelers stumble. In the same way, your mountaintop light is meant for valley nights, where people wander without direction. There is a story of a woman who received vision during prayer. She saw herself as a healer, carrying peace into broken places. At first, she thought it meant a grand platform, stages and crowds. But in time, she realized her calling was fulfilled in simple acts, comforting neighbors, listening to the hurting, praying for the overlooked. Her valley life became her true ministry, and her vision was realized not in grandeur, but in gentleness. Chosen one. This is the essence of vision. It is not about scale. It is about faithfulness. God is not impressed by how loud or how large, but by how true. One act of obedience in the valley shines brighter than 1,000 dreams on the mountaintop. The Apostle Paul wrote in the letter to the Philippians, chapter 2, verse 15, "Then you will shine among them like stars in the sky as you hold firmly to the word of life." Notice, it is not on the summit, but among people in the valley of ordinary life that stars shine. Chosen one. You are a star, not because of height, but because of light. Your glow is needed where shadows linger. Your vision is not for your own comfort, but for others' direction. And yes, valleys are difficult. They demand patience. They require humility. They test consistency. But valleys are also fertile. While mountains give perspective, valleys grow fruit. Rivers flow in valleys. Crops thrive in valleys. Communities live in valleys. Vision may be birthed above, but it matures below. Picture a seed carried from a mountain spring, planted in the valley soil, watered by streams, nurtured by sun. That seed becomes a tree, bearing fruit for many. In the same way, what you carried down from the summit becomes nourishment for those who cannot yet climb. Chosen one. Do not despise the valley. Do not long endlessly for the summit, as though daily life were less sacred. The God who revealed himself above also dwells below. His presence is not confined to clouds and thunder. It walks with you in marketplaces and meadows, in kitchens and workplaces, in laughter and in tears. There is beauty here. The more you live the vision in ordinary spaces, the stronger it becomes. Each step of obedience deepens it. Each act of faith sharpens it. Each choice to trust when no one applauds turns revelation into reality. Think of a potter shaping clay. The design exists in the potter's mind long before the vessel is finished. The mountain gives you the glimpse of design, but the valley is the wheel, where the clay is pressed, stretched, and fired until the vision becomes tangible. Without the valley, the vision remains abstract. With the valley, it becomes unbreakable. Chosen one. Your life is becoming that vessel shaped by revelation, strengthened by pressure, tested by fire, but destined for beauty. Do not rush the process. Do not despise the ordinary, for the vessel is only useful once it descends from the potter's hands into the hands of those who need it. Lift your eyes even here. In the valley, see rivers glistening. See fields awaiting harvest. See people waiting for light. The mountain was never the end. It was the preparation. The valley is where the story unfolds. So, walk with confidence. Chosen, one of God. Carry your vision, not as a fragile dream, but as a living reality. Let it flow into your speech, your steps, your service. And in doing so, you prove that revelation is not a fleeting moment, but a lasting transformation. Chosen one is see the valley as sacred ground. Here, seeds are planted that will outlive you. Every act of faith is a seed. Every word of kindness, a root. Every prayer, a drop of water. In time, the harvest will rise fields of testimony, orchards of hope, bread for generations. The valley is not your prison, it is your promise. Chosen one. As you journey through valleys after mountaintop vision, a new truth begins to emerge. Legacy is not built in moments of grandeur, but in the daily endurance of faith. The true measure of your life will not be how high you climbed, but how faithfully you walked, how deeply you loved, how consistently you sowed when no one was watching. Your story is not only about survival, not only about inheritance, not only about revelation, it is also about endurance, because endurance proves authenticity. Many can begin a journey. Few can finish it. Many can glow on the mountaintop. Few can remain steady in the valley. But endurance steady, faithful. Unwavering endurance marks the chosen. The writings in the book of Hebrews, chapter 12, verse 1, remind us, let us run with perseverance the race marked out for us. Notice, it is not speed that matters most. It is not even brilliance. It is perseverance, the steady pace of one who refuses to quit. No matter the weight, no matter the obstacles. Chosen one. You have been running this race for longer than you realized. At times, you sprinted, filled with zeal. At other times, you stumbled, barely moving forward. Yet here you are, still running. That itself is testimony. You have not abandoned your post. You have not yielded to despair. You have endured. Think of a marathon runner. The crowd cheers loudly at the beginning, and again at the finish line. But in the middle, the long, grueling miles, there is silence. Sweat drips. Muscles burn. Lungsache. Yet those who endure the middle are the ones who see the finish. That is you. You are running the middle miles. Uncelebrated, yet unstoppable. Pressing forward when it feels the hardest. There is a story of a craftsman who built cathedrals. His task was not glamorous chiseling stones, laying bricks, repeating the same motions day after day. To outsiders, it looked ordinary, even dull. Yet decades later, when the cathedral stood in glory, his steady hands were honored. Endurance, not brilliance, built beauty. Chosen one, your steady steps are chiseling a cathedral of destiny. The Apostle Paul, in his second letter to Timothy, chapter 4, verse 7, declared, I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. Finishing the race is not about perfection. It is about persistence. It is about refusing to lay down the mantle, even when exhausted. It is about carrying the flame until the very end. Chosen one, your endurance is not unnoticed. Heaven sees the nights you chose faith instead of surrender. Heaven records the mornings you rose again, despite weariness. Angels have witnessed your steady pace, and your name is written in heaven's record as one who persevered. Imagine a candle burning through the night. Its flame may not be the brightest, but it refuses to go out. Hour after hour, it endures, until morning comes. That is you. You are the flame that has not yielded to the wind, that has kept burning until dawn. Chosen one. Endurance is not glamorous, but it is glorious. It is the secret strength of the chosen. It outlasts storms, outlasts critics, outlasts seasons, and in the end, endurance crowns you with glory no sudden success could ever match. Lift your eyes now and see, the race is not endless. The finish line is nearer than you know. And on that day, when you cross, you will hear the words your soul longs for. Well done, good and faithful servant. Those words are not reserved for the fastest, nor the most celebrated. They are for the faithful, the enduring, the unshakable, chosen one. Do not despise endurance. Do not think it small. It is endurance that turns vision into reality, promise into possession, calling into crown. Endurance is the bridge between what heaven declared and what earth will see. And so you walk on, not always quickly, not always flawlessly, but always forward. This is your glory, that you refuse to quit, that you remain unbroken, that you endure. Chosen one. Think of that candle once more. It does not compete with the sun. It does not try to blind the darkness with sudden bursts of power. It simply burns, quietly, faithfully, steadily, and by doing so, it survives the longest hour of night until morning breaks. This is the hidden beauty of endurance. It does not demand attention, yet it becomes the most powerful witness. When others fade, endurance still glows. When others quit, endurance keeps moving forward. And when the dawn finally comes, endurance is found still standing, still burning, still faithful. You may not have realized it, but you have been that candle, through seasons when your flame felt small, through storms that tried to extinguish you, through loneliness that pressed against your spirit. You did not go out. And now, heaven declares, your dawn is near. Picture the first rays of sunlight piercing the horizon. The candle's task is complete. It held the line until light returned. That is your calling too. You were never meant to replace the sun, only to keep burning until it rose again. Your endurance has been the bridge between night and morning, despair and hope, silence and song. And because you endured, others found their way in the dark. They saw your flame and realized they were not alone. They followed your light and survived their night. This is the mystery of endurance. It not only saves you, it guides others. Chosen one, carry this truth with strength. Every step you keep taking, every prayer you keep praying, every moment you keep believing it, all matters. You are burning faithfully, and the dawn is breaking. Hold steady, for soon your endurance will give way to glory. You are the candle, and the sun is rising. Chosen one, every chapter of your journey has been sacred, from wilderness to fire, from silence to whisper, from mountain to valley, from endurance to dawn. You have walked the path carved for those heaven marks as different. And now, you stand at the threshold of completion, not the end of your story, but the closing of this prophetic unfolding. Completion does not mean all battles are finished, nor that every question is answered. Completion means that the foundation has been laid, the testimony established, the crown prepared. It is the moment when what was hidden beneath the soil now rises in full bloom. The writings in the book of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 6, assure us, "He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus." Do you see? The one who started your story has never once considered abandoning it. The ink has not run dry. The pen has not been set down. He writes still, and his work always reaches completion. Chosen one, when you look back, you may remember the weight of tears, the sting of rejection, the ache of waiting. But look closer, and you will see how every wound became wisdom, how every delay built endurance, how every silence sharpened your hearing. These were not detours, they were design. Heaven has woven even your broken pieces into the pattern of glory. Think of a mosaic. From up close, the fragments look jagged, meaningless, even painful. Yet when the artist steps back, the broken shards reveal an image of breathtaking beauty. That is your life. What felt shattered has been arranged into testimony. What seemed wasted has become wonder. What once cut your hands now shines as part of the masterpiece. Chosen one. The season of hiding has ended. The foundation is built. The roots are deep. The vision is clear. The endurance has been proven. You are no longer only surviving. You are standing, shining, declaring. This is the hour of unveiling. The moment of stepping fully into the identity heaven placed upon you since before you were born. There is a story of a runner who trained for years in obscurity. Morning after morning, he ran alone on empty roads, unseen by crowds, uncelebrated by applause. Many thought his effort wasted, yet when the day of the race arrived, he stood ready. Every hidden mile had prepared him, and when he crossed the finish line, the world saw what heaven had always known. He was chosen to endure, chosen to win, chosen one. That is you. The hidden years were never wasted. The unseen faithfulness was never forgotten. Now the unveiling has come, and heaven whispers over you, "Well done. Keep running. The crown is waiting. Lift your eyes to the horizon. Dawn is breaking. The night has been long, but the light is unstoppable now. You have carried the flame through storms, and the sun has risen to prove that your endurance was not in vain. And this is not just about you. Your life has become a torch for others. What you carried in silence now speaks loudly. Your testimony is no longer just personal, it is generational. Children not yet born will walk in the shade of the trees you planted, drink from the wells you dug, follow the path you marked with scars. This is legacy. Chosen one. Completion is not the end. It is the beginning of overflow. It is the threshold of greater works, the doorway into seasons where what you sowed in tears will be reaped in songs of joy. So stand tall now. The crown rests upon your head, forged in fire, adorned with jewels of wisdom, set with gems of endurance. It is not a fragile ornament, but a declaration. This one endured. This one believed. This one finished. Chosen one. You are not forgotten, not forsaken, not broken. You are established, crowned, radiant. The world may see scars, but heaven sees a story of victory written in every line. And as you walk forward from this moment, let it be with unshakable confidence. The one who began the work has brought it to completion, and your future will shine brighter than your past. This is the seal, the final word. You are chosen. You are complete. You are crowned, and the best is still to come. Chosen one. As this chapter of words closes, hear this clearly. Your story is not closing with it. What has been spoken over you is not a conclusion, it is a continuation. The flame that has burned in you through wilderness, storms, silence, mountains, valleys, and endurance will not fade here. It will grow brighter, steadier, and stronger as you step into tomorrow. Do not forget the truth heaven has carved into you. You are not ordinary. You are not overlooked. You are not wandering without purpose. You are chosen, marked, sealed, established. The path you have walked was preparation, not punishment. The fire was refining, not destroying. The silence was teaching, not abandoning. Every scar you carry now glows as a mark of victory, not shame. Look back only to see how far you've come, and look forward with confidence. The one who walked with you through shadows will walk with you into light. The crown upon your head is not easily broken, for it has been forged by endurance, humility, and faith. And so, walk forward boldly, knowing this: your best days are ahead. The story is not finished. It is unfolding. The harvest is not behind you. It is waiting in the fields before you. The glory of your calling will not diminish. It will increase until it touches lives you may never meet. Chosen one, lift your head. Walk in strength. Live as proof that purpose is real, that endurance is worth it, that crowns await those who refuse to quit. You are chosen, and nothing, no darkness, no delay, no doubt can take that away. Chosen one, you have reached the end of this prophetic journey of words. But it is not the end of your story. Every section was written not to entertain, but to awaken. Our image, each scripture, each whisper was placed like stones along a sacred path, guiding you step by step closer to the truth of who you are. Chosen, crowned, unshakable. And now, as you stand here at the threshold, I invite you to do something small that carries eternal weight. Press like as though you were lighting a candle in a cathedral. Candles by themselves flicker softly, but together they fill vast halls with a glow that overwhelms the darkness. Your like is such a candle, one flame among many, burning to remind heaven and earth alike. The chosen are still here. Share this message as though you were releasing a letter into the wind. You may never know where it lands, whose hands it reaches, or whose heart it saves. But heaven sees the trajectory. Heaven knows the soul who will stumble across it in their midnight hour, finding in it the very word they prayed for. Sharing is not just action, it is sowing destiny into unseen fields. Leave a comment as though you were carving testimony into stone, long after voices fade and seasons shift. Carved words remain. Write something simple, something true, something your future self would be proud to see. because your words are not wasted. They are markers along the road, guiding others to believe they are not walking alone. Subscribe as though you were planting a tree beside a river. Today, it may seem small, only a sapling, but in time, it will grow tall, casting shade for the weary and bearing fruit for the hungry. Subscription is not about algorithms, it is about roots, about choosing to stay connected so that your spirit can keep drawing from living waters. These are not commands, they are invitations. Invitations to multiply the light you have received. Invitations to join the unseen family of chosen ones, scattered across the world, each person holding a flame, each person planting seeds, each person building wells. Together, this is how sparks become fires, how rivers become floods, how whispers become songs that fill the earth. Chosen one, your journey does not end here. It continues every time you carry light into dark spaces, every time you sow truth into barren ground, every time you choose to keep walking when others quit, and when you choose to act now by liking, by sharing, by commenting, by subscribing. You are not just closing a chapter, you are opening a door, stepping into the greater story heaven is still writing through you. So let this final moment be your declaration. I will not keep this light to myself. I will let it shine. I will let it spread. I will let it grow. For you are not only chosen to endure, you are chosen to multiply hope. Light the candle, send the letter, carve the stone, plant the tree, and watch how heaven turns these small acts into eternal echoes. Chosen one, pause and realize this. Every small action you take here carries weight beyond what you see. A like is not just a click, it is agreement with light. A share is not just a button, it is a seed released into the winds of destiny. A comment is not just text, it is a testimony carved into time. A subscription is not just connection, it is roots anchoring you to streams of living water. When you engage, you are not only receiving, you are giving. You are joining a greater chorus. A movement of chosen ones rising across nations, each leaving sparks, seeds, and roots behind. One day, you may not remember the moment you pressed like, or shared, or subscribed, but someone else will remember how their midnight was pierced by light because of it. Chosen one, your life is proof that whispers can guide, that flames can endure, that crowns await the faithful. Now let even your smallest actions echo that truth. For heaven smiles on those who not only hear, but respond, who not only receive, but multiply. And you, yes, you are one of them.